Oh, hello! Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you all here today. It is time for more We Amz Goblinz. I hope you're all ready for an exciting adventure because it's time to be excited and go on an adventure. A
And
reminder.
become da 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 da.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my
A reminder. If you could show some love and some follows to these wonderful people here on this list, that would be very much so appreciated. We have our archive that is available for update. That essentially is, if you guys want to watch that on YouTube, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, yeah, you okay there, Effie?
Yes.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yes,
Just somebody knocked on my door.
feeding
That's
a
all.
carrot.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, that's what I heard too.
Peter scared me. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Tisk tisk, Peter.
Aw.
Tisk tisk.
Okay. I'm sorry, Effie. Do you need me to hold you?
No, I don't.
Do you want me
Wow,
to hold
the
you?
immediate
I mean,
rejection.
I wouldn't
I
say
know.
no, but
Damn. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
So anyways, kids, do you want some cocaine?
yo.
Anyway, so we've got the archive, and we also have the Goblin Bullshit Pool. Essentially, what the Goblin Bullshit Pool is for is if you want to make any contributions to the pool, then you are more than welcome to. If we have a certain amount,
Pizza party.
yeah, pizza party. It's a good time. So these little fuckers won't use the Goblin Bullshit Pool, so it's up to me to drain it.
Wait, what?
Thank you, Peter.
I was promised pizza.
Subscription
What the
to
fuck?
Goblin Toes. That's right. Now it's a race, you guys. You gotta fill the Goblin Bullshit Pool before I drain it on random shit that other goblins in the campaign end up re-rolling for pointless
There's
reasons.
too many goblins to the story.
I can't let these little fucks have a pizza party. It'll ruin me. I'll be fucked. So make sure.
Well, it's like you should have figured that out before. That's a problem.
You little bastard.
Little bastard. Look, you can't even eat pizza. Let us eat the pizza.
No, we're doing you a favor by eating more of the pizza.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. As long as you keep it away from me, I'll be. I mean, yeah. You're making a good point. There's some solid.
We won't share any of the pizza with you.
Yeah, you can't have any of it.
Yeah.
Little bastard.
Thank you, Peter, for the sub to
What
Goblin
the
Pizza.
fuck? Yo, Goblin Pizza dough.
Oh, that's excellent.
They put goblins in the pizza dough.
I guess.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's good.
Oh my god. Oh.
I mean, it probably,
Everybody
probably
likes a
is
good bit of
pretty good.
goblin flesh now and then, right?
So are we gonna play?
No, I think we were just gonna sit here and do a. Can we switch over to just chatting real quick here? We're just gonna ask chat.
I want to
how
switch
their
over
day
to
went.
rounds. It's very important.
You've been pretty addicted to
Oh,
rounds.
yo?
Yeah, that's what we were doing before Goblins.
It is.
Let me tell you, with 9 people, it is insane.
I liked it more when there were less.
I didn't say it was better. I said it was insane.
Poor honey. Poor honey.
Oh, you know what probably helps is
Yeah.
What probably helps?
having ambience so that when we go live,
Cringe.
Got him.
Oh, damn. Okay. Shit. Are we? Is this what we're doing today?
YouTube help.
Jazzy,
Sorry.
Jazzy, did you just wake up and choose violence? Cause like
every morning.
I did wake up and immediately start playing rounds. For
That's
from
an
6
answer.
o'clock till now.
That never mind. That's yeah, but that's just a good. That's literally just a good choice, though.
I had one game where I had I think multiple huges and the 2 of the thing that gives you more health and you get bullets, and a thing every time I do damage, I get 200% more HP temporarily, and my character would just get ginormous on screen.
Oh,
And you still dealt damage,
huge all
too.
over them?
Yeah. It would end up with me and Hernan, and then it would just be this tank battle that took like
Hernan kept
15
healing
minutes.
himself all the time.
I had no healing, but like he couldn't damage through all my health.
Y'all.
Also, you kept yelling at me to take a specific card because you were like, "Oh, you can't deal enough damage," and you're like, "Take this card, then you'll finally deal damage." I still didn't deal damage. It didn't
Because you
help.
ignored me most of the time. You took the last one. You took the last round. You're like, okay, I'll listen to Jazz, and then you bitched about it not doing enough damage.
I told you,
Return once
but the
more
things
to
that
the
I took
town of
instead.
Sandpoint.
No, Silver, no! This is not important.
We return. We return to the town of Sandpoint, following an evening of attempted ritualistic sacrifice. In our previous session, the half-elf Hannah Vellerin had finally shown up to move into the house that she was promised residency in.
I hate her.
Wow.
And it wasn't a moment too soon, because she may or may not have, at least temporarily, saved the lives of 3 of the goblins from the Suckfrog tribe, which is still, jury's still out on whether that's going to sustain or not. But for now, as the evening passes into day, I guess really, unless there was anything anyone who wanted to do in the night, we can follow up with the morning following that last session. So, was there anything any of you goblins wanted to do during the evening, or is it cool to go on to the start of a new day?
Blow myself up.
All right.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
there is one thing I want to do.
What's
In character, I went to argue with Dixie about whether they should have chose the correct cards and rounds.
Doesn't matter. Dixie's in the bathroom. She locked herself in. Oh yeah, we left off on Desi taking glass out of my foot.
That's right. Desi was applying some first aid to Dixie. So Dixie,
My dodge rolls failed.
I'd like to call to the night.
Can I
Look at
cast
what?
magic missile at the darkness?
Yes, 100%. Wait. I don't think Newt knows magic missile. I guess you'll just have to squirmy wormy the darkness.
Roll for it. See if you hit a squirrel running.
All
by.
right, chat. Give me an exclamation mark D20 to see how well Newt. Oh, 3. All right. It wasn't so good. It wasn't as effective as I was hoping. Unless somebody wants to call him bullshit, go that roll.
No, no one does.
Don't do it.
Not a single person would like to do that. Interestingly enough.
Silver, I have a question.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Mhm.
Theoretically. Let's say like we had someone like Tia, who's a goblin VTuber in chat. Could they call goblin bullshit? To reroll the chat reroll?
Oh, that's a good question.
Or like the,
I mean,
the
they are a
shortest goblin is a
goblin.
goblin. Could they call goblin bullshit? And
That's
reroll?
true. You did say
chat
any
reroll?
goblin
You said
because you
any
wanted
goblin.
to drain the goblin account.
Yeah, you said any goblin.
Yeah. Then I guess if we had Tia or like Steezy or any of those others, Kiri, any of those other goblins in the chat,
All right.
then they could probably do that as well.
Also,
Anyways,
Silver,
your
you're not a
time's up.
bitch.
What?
What?
No, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I said, I might have said as a joke, I might have said, yeah, you're trying to drain the fucking goblin thing, you bitch. And then
Oh.
nobody said anything. But then I was like,
I didn't hear
But
the
then I was like-
bitch part.
But no,
Oh,
it's
okay,
okay.
cool,
It's
cool.
okay. We know the real reason he's trying to drain the goblin. Bullshit me, Paul.
yeah,
It's
that's
it's
because he hates
he's
pizza.
upset. No, it's because he's upset that we're gonna bang his mom.
Oh, yo,
So
we
I'm
need
gonna
that
go ahead
pizza.
and assume
The B
that
maneuver.
nothing happened over the
B
evening,
maneuver?
and it is now the morning time. You all
Double
lost your
B
evening
maneuver.
roleplay privileges. It's the start of the day now.
We can treat his mom like a queen.
I get
give,
it.
give her the old double B.
Oh, thank God. All right,
I
you
can
did
make it a
it.
triple
You
B.
got you escalated enough to the eyebrows. Are you happy with your 2 XP?
It's getting a lot harder to do that.
It is.
I know. He's really
Yeah,
making
I
us have to
know.
work for it a lot more.
I know, what the fuck? Wait,
Yes,
does fat count?
If
Yeah.
if Luvic was in chat, I suppose yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're already past the point of theoretically re-rolling if we could, you know.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But thank you all for being here today. Enjoy the show as we resume the morning of the following day. There are now 2 days remaining on Dixie's timer to acquire the necessary efforts to appease Baba Yaga. And you all awaken to a fresh morning. So I would assume Desi and Dixie. Desi, you bandaged Dixie's injuries and tended to her wounds, and then left her for the night to kind of stew in her hat orgy.
I mean, look. She can fucking brim job herself into like exhaustion for all I care. How about that?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, fair enough. So the morning has begun, and now I am going to randomly roll. Actually, you know what? Chat, give me an exclamation mark D20 to see who I ask first. Who does what to the start of the day? Just exclamation mark D20. Oh, all right, cool. Dixie, what do you do at the start of the day?
Kill God. Wait, hold
all
on.
right.
I'm gonna walk out into the living room and sort of see what has happened with my quarry.
It appears that there is no sign of the 3 goblins that were brought here by you in the house. You are not sure what has become of them.
This bitch, she's killing all the goblins before I can.
Yeah, turns out Hannah's a serial killer. Oh, spoiled my plotline shit. No.
Oh man. Don't you hate it when you're trying to kill people and they kill them before you kill them?
Right?
That
That's
was
the
mine.
worst.
I got them.
I mean, did you really though?
So fail.
So relatable. I know. See, Vale understands.
So, Dixie, now that the 3 goblins are nowhere in sight and it's the start of your day, what is your next course of action? You are the first to awaken. Everyone else in the house seems to be asleep.
Is there any like equivalent to like a permanent marker that we have?
I mean, there might be like charcoal drawing implements in the office.
Is that lady like still sleeping here? She said she was gonna sleep here, right?
Yes, one of the rooms is now occupied by Hannah, who has moved in, and it is very obviously her room because she's like hung plants outside of it.
I'm gonna draw a mustache on her lips, and I'm gonna draw like a dick on her forehead in charcoal.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll.
Okay. Hold on, where's stealth.
So Newt and Desi, I imagine you slept in the wife tree, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, that office is where the charcoal drawing implement is. And Dixie, as you're going in to grab it, you through some miracle of complete and utter misnavigation, you just eat shit over one of the chairs in the room, trying to be quiet, and awaken both Desi and Newt, who bolt upright out of the tree and can see Dixie lying there on the ground in that, like, you know that meme where it's like the Pepe who's on the ground, like, all sad because they dropped their lunch? But it's that and, like, a charcoal drawing implement. So, I'll leave it up to you guys to react how you wish to see her there.
How early in the morning is it?
It's fairly early.
Like before the light?
No, the sun has risen. It's like...
Oh, then
like
Newt's
8.
not in the wife tree.
Oh, where would you be?
Where Newt is every morning.
What does that mean?
Oh, okay, so this... Okay, alright. Well, then, for the sake of the narrative, we'll say that the time right now is just before the sun rises, so...
Okay.
Little did we know, Newt is literally like the right hand of Baba Yaga. She's more connected to her than I even am.
No, Newt fights the sun every morning.
Does he the ever wake sentinel? That's true. If I go to bed in the wife tree, I'm just sitting there.
Yeah, you weren't even in bed. That's right. You're just like...
Well, she might be in bed. She's just not asleep.
Yeah.
She's just sitting there.
Yeah, I guess what would you have been doing through... I should be asking
She's
you
like
what
she's like working on something, and Newt's just like cuddled on her lap.
Yeah. I figure Snooty's, fucking still off on Snooty vacation, and
Snooty's been vibing with Oleg.
Yeah.
Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, is that what they're doing? Look. Life is a buffet, and if you're only eating seafood, sometimes people just don't like that, and we're supportive.
I'm not supportive. Fuck you.
So wait, hold on. Moving off that statement, using it to fuel my next question. So I'm in bed, relaxing. Well, Newt's out yelling at, basically the sky or whatever. And I'm sitting here
he said
like...
this is before the sun's up, so Newt would be lying there with you.
So basically I have Newt, like, cuddled on me like a cat, and, I'm just, like, sitting there in the dark. So as soon as fucking... as Dix, like, comes in and stumbles, Desi's just gonna go, what exactly are you doing?
Charcoal.
Look, I know that Snitty is gone and all that, but, probably should ask her first before you try to, like, get in on this.
Charcoal. I wanted charcoal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, why?
Fuck are you to ask me that question? Look, hear me out. If you must know, I was gonna eat it.
I'm gonna put down my book. Okay. So, not only do you sneak into my room at, a weird fucking hour, but you also ask me for a thing, and also then just tell me none of my business, and then immediately tell me what it is. Is that about correct?
That sounds right.
Get the fuck out of my room.
I take the charcoal and I leave.
You don't know where the charcoal is.
Silver said I already had the charcoal.
Yeah, it was at her feet.
Oh shit.
She went, grabbed it, and ate shit going out of the room with it. So
I'm just gonna scuttle my way out of the room.
Wait, so she stole my charcoal?
Yeah.
Out with your charcoal.
Hold on. I have to do like a roll to make sure I don't wake up wife.
Alright, show off. Fucking.
I'm going to
Okay, go ahead.
replace myself with a pillow for a moment while I go track down Dixie.
All right, Dixie, are you like running, or are you just?
No, I'm being stealthy. I'm doing my fucking best.
All right, but like, so you're gonna take that charcoal and go upstairs into Hannah's room, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Go ahead and roll me another stealth roll, Dixie, to see how well you sneak up there. Perfect. And then Desi, roll me a stealth roll to see how well you sneak up behind Dixie. All right, that's pretty good.
Show off.
So Dixie,
Uh-huh.
you're you're heading upstairs. You're sitting right outside Hannah's door, and as you reach for Hannah's door handle, Desi, what do you say right into Dixie's ear from behind?
Horses. Yeah. I'm going to just... I don't know if that picked up or not.
It did. It did.
Okay,
I'm
good,
just
good,
gonna
good.
like slowly turn around at a constant speed until my eyes meet Desi's. And I'll sigh. What are you doing?
No, what are you doing?
Look, everyone is asleep in the house, and if we don't want to wake them up, we can't talk. Okay, what are you following me for?
Well, you just came into my room, fell on the floor, got charcoal, and now you're sneaking around.
I'm just trying not to wake anyone up.
Yeah, okay. So what kind of bullshit are you up to?
Look, if you really must know, I like look left to right to make sure there's no one in the halls, and then I'll grab her and I'll pull her aside over close to like one of the walls, and like huddle up. I'm gonna draw penis on her face.
I'm just gonna slow
And a
blink.
mustache.
Okay, hold on. So what you're telling me is you are going
Shh, shh,
to go in there.
quiet, quiet.
So what you're telling me is that you're going to go in there and draw a penis on her face.
I break the charcoal in half with my hands and I hand one half over to her. And you can help.
I'm gonna eye tag. Why are you breaking my charcoal?
It's so that you could have half of it. Shh, quiet, you're gonna wake her up.
You know I use this for, stuff.
Look, it says it's a prank. It'll make her feel more welcome. It's a thing that's very common in human society. The one thing that I know more about than Desi is just gonna straight spouting bullshit. You have to believe me.
Oh my god, no!
I mean, you do vaguely recall that, yes, humans do prank one another for affection. Although it has been a sore spot at some times, you definitely feel like it could probably go a ways to establishing a better bond.
You know,
Come with me.
when... You know that time where you take a moment and you realize it's probably that moment where you fucked up?
No, I've never had one of those. What's it like?
I'm having that right now.
Here, come on. Quick.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll try sneaking into the room, and I'm gonna look. I'll draw the or you probably don't know what it looks like. I'll draw the penis. You can draw the mustache on.
What? Uh, okay. Wait.
Wait.
Why don't you just draw the penis like under their nose, and then the mustache can be the hair?
Because that's stupid.
Hmm.
Wait, you should have
I
you
mean-
should have Desi draw it so she could draw a sad caterpillar.
Listen, I don't need to explain to everybody that tunes into Goblins on the sad caterpillar story, okay? Shut the fuck up. It's very reasonable when I explain it. Just move on with your life.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hi, Stout.
So I'm gonna try sneaking and drawing a penis on her forehead.
All right. Give
Uh,
me well, that was your stealth roll, Desi, so give me your stealth roll, Dixie.
I'll carry us. Oh shit! I actually did.
All right. And cool. So as you both sneak into the room, who's in charge of what graffiti? Hannah is lying peacefully on her back with her face up, her eyes closed, and her hands folded over her chest. Well, not like a vampire. More like her hands like interlaced. I should have clarified that. And she's sleeping peacefully. She doesn't appear to be wearing anything but like a nightgown, and she's not really like covered with any of the blankets or anything. She doesn't like to be covered with a blanket. So as she's lying there, just snoozing away, it's very quiet. She doesn't even seem to snore. Dixie, what are you busy yourself with graffiti wise?
Oh, I'm drawing the penis on her forehead.
Okay, so Desi, does that mean you're delegated to mustache duty?
Yeah,
All right, cool.
basically.
So Dixie, you get in there first, and you put a pretty impressive bit of phallic artwork on her forehead. And Desi, as you're sitting there, kind of mulling over, like, really, should I really be doing this? You kind of lean in for it, and you start one half of the mustache when her eyes just open and they turn to look at you, and there's just a quiet moment of just her staring into your eyes and you staring into Hannah's, with half of a mustache in the progress on her face. What do you say to her? Or how do you react to this moment, Desi?
Good morning. I am humoring, Dixie. This is just harmless charcoal. It didn't mean a lot to her. She kind of needs a win. So if you could go back to sleep, that would be really cool.
I just stare, waiting for her to go back to sleep.
She looks at you, and then her eyes just kind of move to look over in the general direction of where she thinks Dixie might be, and then she just closes her eyes again and just stays completely motionless with a little smirk on her face.
All right, keep going.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna finish the mustache.
All right. You finished the mustache, and Dixie. Any additional? Dixie, do you have any additional elements, or do you just want to like refine your penis craft?
I mean, since we're all already at it, I guess I'll add googly eyes over hers when, like, when she closes her eyes, it looks like they're open.
All right. So you add the like eyes on eyelids thing, and now as you both stand back to admire your work, do you how do you proceed?
Hmm. Uh,
I'm done. I guess it's time to go start making breakfast then. I'll just leave. I won't say anything.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for Dixie to leave, and then I'm gonna leave a little bit of soap and a handkerchief,
Cowardice.
and then I'm just gonna turn and leave and say thank you, and then I'm gonna go I'm gonna go make breakfast.
All right. Meanwhile, the light of the sun is now piercing through the windows, awakening you quite handily. And you awaken alone and naked, and the sun is now beating its hateful rays through the window. What is your how do you start your routine of combat in the
Immediately get
morning?
up, grab sling, and go outside.
All right. Where would you usually post up your two goblin companions, Steve and Stevetta?
Oh, just wherever they think is the best spot to be.
They probably You know, actually we should go to the manor and see what layout we have in store here for that. I think you know, this is a good question. Where would they probably consider the best place to sleep? Let's see. Let's activate the Scarnity Manor. Oh, right. This is from when we had the dead zombie. Hopefully that got cleaned up. I would say that it's probably fair to say that Stevetta, Steve, and Dixie would all sleep in the room that's like 2 doors down from the office where the wife tree is based. So, as you're getting up in the morning, do you have a routine for, like, waking them all up to come out and fight the sun?
Yeah.
Alright. Tell me how it goes.
Steve, enter. Come on, quick! The enemy is fast approaching.
They take a moment to all of them blurrily awaken, Dixie waking up from the ground. Stevetta and Steve both, you know, blurrily like, ah. Do you have any motivating... Oh, excuse me. Oh, apologies. Do you have any motivating words for them?
The bright evil one is here. We must go.
Give me a...
Is that good enough?
Intimidation, maybe?
You said to give you an
Shh. I was thinking on what role I wanted from you. Yeah, that works. You've distilled enough of a get a move on in them that they're definitely getting their shit together and heading outside with you. So, let's go ahead and, oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. There we go. And then we go over here. We, do not possess these two at the present, nor is Wiggum's present. So Desi and Dixie are doing the breakfasty thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we have our intrepid group of sun fighters. So Newt, is the tradition always to just rush out there without putting any clothes on and ready your sling?
Yeah.
Alright. As the sun begins to rise and fully immerse the area, and your trusted companions stand by your side, their own slings now ready as the sun comes up. How do you initiate combat with the sun?
Well, we just start trying to shoot the sun.
Roll for initiative.
All right.
What do you mean? How do you start?
Hold on.
What is? Do you not know how to fight the sun?
Hold on.
I'm starting to think you.
The sun's not gonna hold on.
Alright, I've started an active encounter. Please roll initiative. Alright, it's a pretty good roll. That's a pretty good roll.
Yeah, I got a natural 20.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, let's do a roll for the... Chat, what do you think a reasonable modifier to the sun's initiative is?
It's pretty slow, honestly.
Yeah? I could see arguments in either fashion, but, like, what do you guys think? Is, like... Can I get some opinions from chat on what the sun's initiative modifier would be for this this combat encounter? 0? I've got 5,000 and 0. Those are interesting contrasting elements. Plus 10? Oh, minus 5. Man, you guys are more conflicted than I am. The sun is stationary and too big to miss. Yes, but it is quite far away. But this is all from Newt's interpretation, I think. Oh, kinetic doing a 16. You know what? Yeah. Chat can roll for the sun. So chat has the sun has a 16 in the initiative order. That means Newt, you get to go first. Newt, what is your first action you take against the sun?
The sling.
All right. Can you roll for your sling, please?
Yeah.
All right. Nice. All right. Now, before I give you your tell you what else to do, do you want to goblin bullshit go that?
No.
Okay.
It's
cool.
about volume.
All right. Perfect. All right. So that unfortunately, mechanics-wise, I'm afraid it won't cut it going through the sun's AC. But you do see the rock go pretty far into the sky, and from Newt's interpretation, I think that would definitely count as landing a hit. Meanwhile, let's do a roll for Stevetta. Is probably the least practiced with the sling at the moment, considering she's the youngest of 2 days. 3 maybe? I think 3 or 2 days. So she'll probably only have a bonus.
I think Digi has a point, Silver.
What's that? Isn't this a surprise round? Oh, that's true. So you would get advantage. So roll again, and we'll pick the highest. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, absolutely. Newt definitely thinks that first blow is definitely one that lands on the sun. So next...
the first blow.
Yeah. There's the damage case you need to know.
There we go, perfect. Thank you for rolling the damage. We got a 4. So we've got a plus 6 to the... Okay, Stevetta needs to get it together. Steve probably has, like, by now, like a plus 8. Ooh, he's not even any better, but they're trying. Newt, you can see that your allies might need a little bit of help on that front as they're kind of firing away. They're operating on your initiative order. So, what is your second action? Do you fire again, or do you want to like try to help them? Kind of like
this is outside of the surprise round, right?
Yeah. This is the included surprise round. So, like, the sun won't get a turn until after.
All right. We're going again.
All right. Cool. So you fire again. That was the surprise round for Steve and Stevetta. Dixie is trying to help motivate by barking at the sun, as you do every morning.
Can you just call it Dix, please?
Dix.
No, it's Dixie.
Barking
You're
Dix.
Oh.
No, it's Dixie.
All right, Stevetta. Getting better at this. Lined up a good shot. Steve landing a real good shot there. Newt, do you want to encourage Steve for getting a pretty good sling off?
Come on, Steve. Keep it up. Stevetta, you need to move more to the right flank.
All right.
You're doing a great job, Dixie.
Hell yeah. They take your instructions to heart and begin moving out, getting ready for the next round of attack. Meanwhile, now it is the sun's turn. The sun uses scorching rays of blinding light. It rains down upon all of you, and you can feel it warming your skin.
Oh no! It's doing its attack!
Newt, can you give me a fortitude save to just see how well you handle staring at the sun? Alright. You remember not to look too hard directly at it, otherwise it might hurt you real bad. Let's see if Stevetta has that same... alright. She looks away, it's a little hard on her eyes. Steve has definitely picked up this approach, so Right now, Stevetta is still struggling with the concept of like not staring directly into the sun, so she looks away and is like like blinking away after images. Newt and Steve both like knowing to keep to the like 1 or 2 seconds when firing and looking away rule. So the sun's passive radiant attack does not land as effectively on either of you. Stevetta is kind of put off by it. Dixie does not stare directly at it because Dixie is too concerned about like encouraging the motivation here. So I think after that turn, it is now back to your turn. So Newt, what is your action?
Well, you already know.
All right, go ahead. Give me a roll for it. All right, you want to keep that roll?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna roll one more time for Stevetta. She has her +6. Ooh, she's definitely getting a hold of this now. Let's see, Steve. Damn. All right, your compatriots are definitely in the mix of it. You're
Way to go, guys! You guys are getting better.
Hell yeah, the Steve and Stevetta are looking real excited right now. There are 3 naked goblins and a goblin dog just yipping away in the middle of the backyard. And as you fire away...
I thought it was just a normal dog, not a goblin dog.
Oh, that's right. I just had a goblin dog as the token. Well, surprise!
Yeah.
Overnight, it has become a goblin dog. Because goblin bullshit. Meanwhile, as this combat is going on, we have another round from the sun. So go ahead and you're kind of used to it now. So Newt, give me a roll with advantage, please, for your fortitude save. So yeah, click fortitude and do keep higher. All right, not bad. All right. Ooh, Steve forgets his lessons real quick there. Let's see. What about Stevetta? Oh,
Steve, no! Remember the training. Remember the training.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Because you know what? You know what? Goblin bullshit, go. We'll do it for both of them. So Steve's roll. Oh god, any creature the goblin who called bullshit is not friendly towards suddenly knows the goblin who used the pool is president and has advantage. Okay, well that... Alright, that's not going to go great against the sun. Alright, well... I'm gonna reroll for Steve. I'm gonna reroll for Stevetta. Alright. They both like they're like looking up at the sky and Steve like nearly forgets, but he turns as you turn and remind them, Newt. So Steve looks away from the sun, lowering his thing. Stevetta looking away at the sun a little too late. She thinks she's fine, but she starts panicking because she's lost the use of her arms. The sling in her hands it falls limp to the ground, and her arms just kind of hang there uselessly, and Stevetta starts panicking. Meanwhile, as this is all going on, let's just go ahead and head to the kitchen. We're gonna go ahead and let's just change the ambience a little bit here. There we go. All right, Desi, you're watching from the window as you prepare breakfast, as you watch 3 naked goblins and a goblin dog scream and yell at the sun and shoot rocks, and one of them, their arms goes limp. What's your thought or reaction to all of this as it's going on?
This happens every morning, right?
It has been happening every morning for at least the past 2 days.
I'm gonna nod my head very slowly. Yeah, they're getting better at this. And then I'm gonna go ahead. And for this morning, I'm gonna poach eggs and make a basically oatmeal, and then fry some bacon, and then I'm gonna just start putting basically oatmeal seasoned with salt, pepper, and butter. And then I'm gonna put the eggs and bacon on top of it, like kind of like a breakfast bowl kind of thing.
Ooh.
And While I'm prepping that, I'll see if we got some honey, put a little bit of drizzle of honey on top, and then I'll be preparing that. What is Dix the Goblin doing in the kitchen?
Well, actually,
I
I was
already
going
said
to
I was
ask.
gonna help make breakfast.
Okay, so what are you doing to help make breakfast, Dixie?
I've never made breakfast before.
Well, then obviously you need to give me a crafting roll with disadvantage, please.
Yo, that's exciting.
Yeah,
Can,
can you
like-
get me the honey and you know, let's see. Can you make toast?
I can.
All right, well, I'm going to say that the DC for toast is 5.
Oh,
But
good.
guess it's fucking toast.
Oh, that was a close one, guys.
But I'm pretty sure this is the most anyone has ever struggled making passable toast in the current setting and situation that has ever come to pass currently.
I'm gonna like struggle to get like an apron on to make it look all official because like obviously I need to have this on, otherwise it's not gonna be like cooked right. So
Yeah. So obviously the experience here is Dixie is fighting her own battle, and it's going quite interestingly. Desi, you're like very handily managing like 3 different fronts of food and putting together these meals, and meanwhile Dixie is like surgically approaching the bread and trying her absolute hardest to make sure that it's like doable, but is just constantly bumblefucking every process to the near point of failure, but just recovering it in each time. So as you guys are putting that together and completing your breakfast preparations, sorry, 1 second. All right, the combat in the yard is going well, Newt. The creature, as it does every time, doesn't relent in its presence, but it seems to be lessening. Can I get a roll from chat real quick for a random world event influence as well? Pretty please. Because there is a lot of... Alright. That's an 8, so we've got an 8 there. Does anyone want a goblin bullshit go that, or will we sit on that? On that 8? Alright, cool. So it looks like a gust of wind comes along and pushes some of the cloud cover out of the way, and the sun now focuses a lot harder on you guys. So, Newt, Steve, and Steve.
Your cover is gone, son. You have nowhere to hide.
So you still have the end of this encounter. So Newt, go ahead and roll your attack again for me, please. All right, that's pretty good. It's a good shot against the sun. It doesn't, it doesn't beat its AC, but it's still a pretty good shot, and you can definitely see that rock sail pretty far. So let's get Stevetta's roll there. Oh, not bad. She's throwing in some good shots. Steve also doing a really good one. All these sling attacks, really fucking impressive. Dixie still spurring you guys on with motivation by barking excitedly as things are happening. Meanwhile, however, because the cloud cover has moved, your first volley feels like a confident assault against this massive ball of hostile flame. However, as the cloud moves out of the way, its deadly rays also focus even harder. So I'm gonna need fortitude saves with disadvantage from everybody on that front.
Okay.
So I'll roll for Stevetta. Uh-oh. Ooh, oof. Ooh, alright. It's, all of you are momentarily, forced to throw your hands up to block the rays of the sun as it comes through from the cover. It appears that the sun is kind of pushing forwards pretty hard with its next initiative here. Newt, you feel like it's pretty confident. You confidently landed a few decent hits to make this thing, not get too close. But now that it's really showing its hand, it might be prudent to go inside. But it is your call. What do you do? It's your next turn. How do you handle your crew?
Steve, Dixie, go inside. I'll cover you.
All right, give me 2 attacks back to back as they run inside. All right, your first one, definitely laying down the covering fire. Ooh, nice, nice. An even better second one. Are you going to be moving backwards as you fire?
Yeah.
All right, Newt. You standing stark naked in the courtyard.
Also,
Um,
good.
Yeah. Roll those damage rolls. Cool. Collect a total of 6. So you fire those covering shots as you slowly work your way back. However, the sun has one last attempt on you. Roll me another fortitude with disadvantage, please, because it is just bearing down on you. Let's see if you can get into the house unscathed.
Hello?
And Newt?
Hello?
Sir? Oh, you got. I didn't hear you say anything.
Oh shit, maybe I had an internet poopy. So as you run backwards, give me a fortitude save with disadvantage as you're trying to reach the interior of the house.
You said with disadvantage, right?
Yeah. Ooh, oh no. Oh, alright, Newt. As you retreat south towards the door into the building, you make yourself, you charge in. And as you look at your naked flesh running into the building, taking cover from the sun's rays, you can see that there's a little bit of almost a bit of a burnage on your arm. It looks like maybe the sun has kind of burnt your flesh a little bit. It's just slightly reddish and.
I'm glad I covered you guys. The attack, it was getting deadly.
Your erstwhile companions, panting heavily in the hallway, nod at you, happy to have escaped the encounter for now, excited to be alive. As we come to the end of that encounter, also, let me just. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, you didn't take any damage.
I'm healing the burn.
Okay. Meanwhile, as our intrepid party returns once more to the cover of their home, Desi, how do you approach taking all the food that has been prepared and setting it out, essentially, for everybody for breakfast?
Sorry, I had DM something and I shared it in Goblin chat. Did Dix actually make toast?
Yeah, it's probably some of the most slightly passable toast you've ever seen.
It's cut all weird and it's
it's
toasted unevenly.
It's a fucking. It's edible. It just doesn't have any presentation to it whatsoever, unless you were looking to do I suppose an interpretive arts exhibit.
I'm just gonna slow blink. And then I'm gonna start loading up the food on the fucking cart. And I'm gonna... thank you, Dixie. Why don't you get the mugs and fill them with water? And, come eat.
I can do that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your help.
Did you give me a crafting roll for filling water?
Oh my fucking god!
With misfortune, it's okay though.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna go sit at the table. I'm just gonna go sit at the table.
All right, I'll happily let you know that the difficulty number for pouring glasses of water is a 3, so you pass.
Whew!
It was close. It was close.
Okay. I think I'll be okay then. Yeah.
All right. So as we head here, as you begin to set the place for everybody to eat, Newt and your intrepid allies and yourself enter into the dining room for breakfast. Where do you take up your seating, Newt? All right, perfect. So we will get these three here, and Dixie will take the corner as well. All right, you guys, in role play breakfast conversation. Go.
Fuck.
I did.
Newt, can you shut the fuck up? You don't have to be making
don't
noises
worry.
while you're eating. You can just eat.
Look, she just gets this way sometimes. She's been fighting a good fight. You don't understand.
Just grabbing food off of Dix's plate.
That's mine.
I
I
now,
was trying
Newt.
to make that. I
Newt.
made breakfast for everyone.
Newt, oh, you know what? I made an extra because I forgot that, Snooty was in here. Here. I'm gonna push another bowl towards Dix.
I'm just gonna stare
food.
at Newt and
Yeah.
she's leaving.
Wait, did you
Wait.
scarf it down and then fuck off?
Yeah,
Where
I
you-
stuck on mine and Honey's, and then just left.
Wait, where are you going?
I
Newt,
don't think she can hear you anymore. I think she's
Wait.
gone.
what? Oh no, wife left.
All right,
Sits down
well,
at desk. Sits down at desk, pulls up paper, and starts drawing like a what you would expect like a preschooler to draw as a battle plan for fighting the sun.
okay.
Oh my god.
When is penis face waking up?
Oh, yeah, that's true. When is Penis Face McGillicuddy getting up? That's not her name. It's just what I'm calling her.
Right. Yeah. No, that's understandable. She hasn't come down yet.
Ah,
So she's busying herself with a bit of cleanup, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw a dick on the table here, so let her know what her spot is. No.
Okay.
what the heck is going on here?
What do you mean? What's that?
Why are you being so mean?
What do you mean? Mean? I'm being helpful. I'm providing visual demonstration to help her fit in. So instead of like having the social anxiety of having to figure out what spot you're supposed to sit at, right? Because that's really stressful.
Okay,
Instead, she
Dix,
just gets to sit at one.
Dix. We called you Dix, and you hated it. You didn't appreciate it. So by definition of name, wouldn't this be your spot, Dix?
Is there like an emotional or like an emotional save I can do? Can I like dodge emotionally?
I think that would be willpower.
Yeah, you can make a will save if you want.
Oh, you crushed her! You absolutely wrecked her!
Just fucking wrecked her.
Oh, oh, hey,
Why do I always get one?
Dad, one of these times you'll roll better. Dad, pat. It is going to be okay. I didn't know you were going to, cry like that.
I didn't think it would live like this.
Aww. Well, now I just feel bad. Are you going to be okay? Dixie. No. Look, I am sorry. I'm just gonna give her a hug.
Take it back. Tell me I'm
Okay.
not a penis.
You are not the penis. Your name is Dixie. It's not Dix. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
Yeah, and it better stay that way.
Steve Etta leans over the table and in Goblin speak says to you, "What's penis?"
I definitely heard penis out of that.
I
Don't-
don't know if goblins have a word for penis or if it's like a strictly one of those English ones, so maybe it sounds similar.
Two. Oh, that's a Gorbler. What? That's a Gorbler.
Anyways, Desi, how do you react to it being said in Goblin?
I don't know. I got verbally fucking flashbanged by what Honey said.
Whoops. Sorry,
Yeah, that's you know what, you'll learn that in school. Yeah.
She looks at Steve, looks at you. What is school?
School is a place full of learning. You can learn many things, like how to interact with the world, how to read, how to write, how to be not a terrible little goblin. You know, not
Did you
to
look at me?
draw. I didn't look at you.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm not picking on you again. You kind of burst into tears. You looked delicate today.
Yeah,
And you know, I'm sorry that I upset you.
we all have those days.
That is true. Sometimes, we don't judge, because some days you're stronger than others. You know?
Sure.
What do you mean, sure?
Sure.
What does that mean? Anyway, here, I'm gonna flip my science book to the page about Oleg, and I'm just gonna let Stevetta take a look. Yes, you see, the alpha specimen. Wait, wife is with the alpha specimen. Oh, yo, good for her. Huh?
What
What?
does that even mean?
Oh, I imagine that means that they're, like, in the process of doing, like, some really weird shit.
As this is going on, also, Newt, is that
Don't know.
once you draw up your battle plan, what's your next course of action?
I mean, it's gonna take her a minute to write this battle plan. You know,
Okay,
she's
that's
not the
fair.
best artist.
Yeah, all right. Right. So as this is going on in the dining room, now the door opens and you can see Hannah walking in. She appears to have scrubbed everything off of herself but the mustache.
You know, your breakfast is over there. Also, you missed the spot.
She kind of like raises an eyebrow and
Yeah, sort of like that, but then, like, right here.
she sits down at the table next to Steve and just kind of like looks a little confused and just rubs underneath her like where the mustache would be, but she's kind of doing it a little comedically. Like she's just kind of rubbing it a little bit and then holds her finger out and looks at the charcoal smudge on her finger and then just looks very confused and says, "I guess I was growing a mustache in my sleep. A shame, though, I seem to have rubbed some of it off."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for letting her have this one. She kind of burst into tears earlier. Just really, really.
So as Dixie has a breakfast table manic meltdown, Hannah turns to the other two goblins who are sitting there naked, and just like blinks a little bit, and she says, "So are clothes optional in public areas of the house then?"
Huh?
Oh,
Oh,
you wear
oh
clothes?
no. Well, I mean, if that's how you want it, I guess. But no. Look, this house is not very big on clothes. I like clothes, but that's because we get to let the guests over, and I tried to answer the door, but somehow these naked, slippery fuckers always get to buy me.
I'm wearing clothes.
Yeah, that is also true. You have to understand, uh, you know, you can take the goblin out of the swamp, but make sure the manners are better first.
She nods her head and says, "Well, honestly, it's a relief, because I was hoping not to give up too many of my own home practices living here, so I'm glad to know that I'm free to be less clothed in certain areas if I should."
Crazy bitch.
She looks at you with like a smirk and says, "I suppose you might consider the desire not to be as clothed in the morning and at night to be mm, a, a strange choice if you are not one who does it yourself."
I'll get you to knock off your little prissy fucking act soon enough.
Uh,
um,
we could just be, you know, real nice and not have a fight over breakfast. Ooh, that's an idea, right?
Well,
Right?
it's not. Oh, it's not a fight. We were just talking.
Uh huh.
Hannah nods and says, "Absolutely. It was just a conversation."
Ah, okay. Understandable.
Um, was
Win.
there enough food for her?
Oh yeah, I made her food too.
All right, perfect. So she grabs the bowl and looks at it and says, "Oh, who is the one responsible for making all this lovely breakfast?"
Me.
Ah, I made the breakfast.
I help though.
And Dixie did help. She made the toast and she poured the drinks and she was very helpful.
Damn good at it too.
Y- yeah, that yeah. She's a big help, honestly.
Wait, what?
I said you're a big help.
Let's move on.
What? I'm just saying that you're a big help. I can't win with you today. Why are you so cranky? I'm even
Does
trying
he?
to be nice.
Am I? Does he? Am I any different right now than I've ever been?
Actually, no. You actually,
Thank
not
you.
that I think about it, you really just do cry like a little bitch a lot of the time.
Would you like to handle it outside?
Who?
You want to have a
Me and
fight?
me and you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really
Let's
want you to
play,
cry
princess.
again.
Huh? Huh?
Oh my god. Okay, but look. I don't really want you to cry like twice today. That's just weird.
Hannah looks over
Just
at the
saying.
two goblins, Steve and Stevetta, and they just have finished the rest of their food and are kind of confused about what to do next. Like they're looking around for Newt, and they're not entirely sure what to do. So Hannah just goes, Is there something you two are looking for? And Steve looks up at Hannah and goes, Where's Newt? And Hannah raises an eyebrow and looks at you, Desi, to like be like, could you translate?
Oh,
Doesn't speak Goblin.
that mean that she's asking where one of my wives are. She's asking. Well, they're asking where Newt is. Honestly, they're like the spitting image of each other. It's a little weird.
Hannah turns and says, If you're looking for your friend, I believe I saw her running down the hallway over there to work on something. If you're done with your food, then I suppose you should probably go join her. And the two of them look at each other and they just like scramble off of the table and just like run over. And Dixie also gets up and runs off where they're going. What?
Nothing. They didn't drink their water, and then they're gonna get dehydrated and cranky, just like freaking. Never mind.
Hannah, as she's looking down at the food as well, she reaches into one of her many little pouches on her outfit and pulls out some kind of like little leaf and just kind of like crumples it up and sprinkles it on top. And then just smiles to herself and digs in. And just kind of like looks like she's enjoying the quiet moment of the morning.
Yeah, sorry, it's been a little crazy. Normally, normally, everybody's not such a cranky pants. But, unfortunately, somebody made some mistakes and is currently dealing with. Do you think that is wise?
Yeah.
Dixie. Yep. I blow people up.
I strike them with the might of Thor.
Yeah, how many times can you do that?
At least maybe 3.
Do you know how many bombs I have?
Do you know how many of those I could probably set off by striking them with lightning?
Exactly. Do you know how fast I can run?
Mm-mm.
Because I'm just gonna stick near you. So, if I go down, I'm taking you with me.
Okay, let's do it.
Hannah leans over to quietly kind of like tap on the side of her her drink with one of the utensils and says, Sorry to interrupt. I was curious, where could I set up a herb garden around the property?
Herb garden?
Yes, part of my work as a herbalist requires me to grow a collection of different herbs. I'm afraid many of what I had fostered were taken in the accident that consumed my home, but I have many seeds still, so I would like to start regrowing some.
I'm so sorry. It turns out that this building is actually haunted. It's cursed.
Don't.
If we try growing anything like herbs, the house itself will fight back, and it'll try to kill all of us. And I don't think you want any blood on your hands, do you? It looks like you'll just have to move out somewhere else that'll allow you to grow herbs.
That's what are you saying all this?
Don't listen to her. She does. Goosefaba.
What?
Nothing. It's a thing that my Uncle Danny DeCito taught me.
Wait, what?
What?
That seems like a dumb name. Sorry.
So's Dex. And
meanwhile,
damn it.
Meanwhile, in the war room, Steve and Stevetta, they both pull up chairs, and Dixie also does, but like just jumps up and sits in one.
I pull it up cooler. You're not talking about me.
Not you, no. Steve and Stevetta are both like sitting there. All of these goblins in this room are completely naked still. So Steve just kind of like leans forward and goes, What are you drawing?" To you, Newt.
Do I what?
Steve is addressing you, Newt.
Yes, Steve.
What are you drawing?
Oh, it's the attack plan for the battle on the sun.
Oh, what's what are you drawing it for? Wasn't our plan working before every morning?
To stop people from hurting themselves.
Okay. What are you going to do with the plan then? How will you use drawing to fight sun? Yeah, Newt?
Yes.
How do we fight sun with a drawing?
Don't worry. Once the plan is together, I will guide you.
Okay. Then Steve and Stevetta look at each other. Meanwhile, don't tell me you're actually drawing a plan right now.
No.
Wait, are you actually? Oh my god!
all right. Hold on.
All right.
So while they patiently sit and wait, we go back to the dining room table.
Yeah, no, I actually am drawing a plan.
Yeah. That's why I'm giving you more time. Meanwhile, as the two of you are bickering, Desi and Dixie, over pointless bullshit still in the dining room, and Hannah is just kind of like smiling there. She rubs off the last of the charcoal mustache on her face.
Oh my gosh, you rubbed it off?
My God.
Oh
You didn't
my!
have to say it that time.
She just kind of leans over the table and goes, so are you two related in some fashion?
What?
Well, you just you kind of have a bit of a back and forth that feels like a sort of
right?
family
And look at her.
thing.
I'm
from a different tribe.
I'm just gonna perk my tail, like and I'm gonna motion at it with my hands, like Exhibit 1. I don't mean to be rude, but
Well, you're stupid.
Dixie, Dixie. I apologize for how rude she is. No, she's from different tribe, and honestly, she's not very well
Don't say it.
socialized.
That's not true. I'm the best socialized person here.
That is really not true at all. And
You guys don't know anything about human culture.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah? Ask me any sort of human culture question.
You kind of put me on the spot.
I mean, that is sort of the point.
What do humans like with their afternoon tea?
Well, it depends on the region, but some of them have leavened and enriched flour-based desserts. Some of them put with dairy in. Some of them also just put butter in, but generally speaking, a light snack or a refreshment of the palate, like fruit or vegetable slices, usually are used.
I don't, I'm gonna be honest with you. As the human expert, I just have to rule the things you just said. I have to rule them invalid. People don't put butter in with their tea. They don't eat their butter with their tea. Okay, I think I would know. Being
No,
a human expert.
Actually, people do put butter in their tea.
That's disgusting, and no one would do that. That's definitely a goblin thing.
Look, I am not trying to say it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's what people do.
It's not true.
It is.
It's not true.
Uh-huh. I'm just telling you, people do it.
Peru vet. Get Hannah here to eat a stick of butter with her tea.
Hold on, I proved it.
If humans like it so much.
I used Google, and there you go.
Gross.
That's not a thing in characters, so admissible as evidence.
Hannah leans forward and just says, so now what I'm hearing is you I can't grow anything on the property because
No,
of ghosts?
I run
No, don't-
over to the other side of the table, and I slam a stick of butter down. I don't know where to find the tea.
It's in the kitchen. You're the human expert. Go make some tea.
Okay.
Oh god, Dixie, do you have any history of being? No, all right. Give me a crafting roll with disadvantage. It's still not bad. The DN for making tea is like 5, so you know you put together a decent amount of it. It takes you some fumbly experiences, but eventually you kind of get the brew going. And as Dixie is doing that all on her own, Desi, you're just kind of chilling in the dining room, and Hannah just kind of smiles at you politely. Do you have anything to say to her?
So if Dix tells you anything, take it with a grain of salt. She's having a rough time right now. You can grow wherever you'd like.
She nods and says, "Thank you. I'll look for a suitable location. But your friend, Dixie, she seems rather pressed for time on something. I get the impression she's under a lot of pressure."
Oh, yeah, you could say that. It's sort of like, you know when somebody does something dumb, you know? Okay. Alright. And you know when they're never sorry about the dumb thing they did, you know?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay. Now, imagine that person is a goblin. And the thing they did that is dumb is hard. It is really dumb. Like so dumb that, clearly anybody with half a brain would go, maybe I did a dummy, or maybe I did a oopsie. But they didn't. And now they have a time limit to learn their lesson.
Dixie, do you get to override the DM and tell me when you're done making tea?
Oh, I thought you were just leaving it up to me.
Nope. It's gonna take a little bit longer than that, but don't worry, I'll give you your moment.
What tea gets made in like 3? Well, I mean, maybe if you're making tea. Actually, no, that
it's
I
not
think
gonna
about
be
it.
too
Yeah,
much
I'm
longer,
so
but
skilled at it. I am
yes.
so skilled at it that I can do it super fast.
So
It's
she
skill talking.
doesn't know shit about making tea, which is why it's taking longer, but
that makes a lot of sense.
So, continuing on where you were covering, Hannah nods her head and says, "So your friend in there, has been making decisions that they're not entirely aware of the consequences for, if I'm interpreting your words correctly."
Let's say that she owes somebody money, and if she doesn't pay up soon, they're going to break her legs.
She raises an eyebrow. And at this point, Dixie comes in with tea.
But again this time, and louder, and with more pizzazz! Drink it, eat this.
What are you holding up in front of her?
Tea and a stick of butter.
She looks at the butter, and she looks at the tea and says, "You know, that's very kind of you, but I'm all full up on breakfast at the moment."
Are you saying it because you wouldn't eat it? Because of how disgusting it is? Or are you saying that you wouldn't eat it because you're full?
I'm saying it because I'm not quite sure
You
how
can be honest with me.
She looks at the stick of butter in your hand and just goes, "If I'm being entirely honest with you right now, I don't really know if I want to experiment with how an entire stick of butter tastes in tandem with tea in any degree."
You don't use the whole stick. You only use a little. That is not how this works. The legitimacy of this experiment is
I told you.
that's not how.
Before you get your words in, I'm leaving and putting it all back.
I hate her.
Hannah looks at you with a bit of a smirk on her face and says, "I've met a few difficult people in my time, too.
What did you say?
You're very kind to be so patient with a, I assume she's an adopted family member?"
She doesn't want to be family. She is though. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you meet individuals who forever have been stained by the experiences growing up. And they do some pretty infuriating things to survive. Or they adopt certain patterns and things to keep themselves sort of as in check as they can. But it's hard to shed them when they no longer serve them. And so, the best thing you can do, at least I think, is to give them the opportunity to realize they don't have to do that anymore. And to relax. And I would like to think that if I was, the same way, somebody would do the same thing for me. Because I think patience is the only thing that's going to fix that.
Hannah nods and smiles at you. "That is very wise of you. I think that many people struggle with patience, and I have definitely tended to more than enough maladies brought about by that to know that your position, while difficult at times, is probably the best choice of action."
Yeah, but it is a pretty big pain in my ass right now.
She laughs just a little bit to herself and says, "Well, I live here now, so feel free to come to me at any time for help, or just to speak to someone who isn't actively trying to test your patience."
She doesn't testing my patience. She's just being rude to guests.
What was that?
I just said you're being rude to the guest.
Damn, you really stuck to your. Okay.
See.
Hannah, can I ask you for a favor?
She looks at you smiling. What is it?
Can you torture and kill me?
she, she like, she looks at you. Sorry, I can't. I, I don't, I don't even know how to bring this up on screen, but I'll figure it out.
What the heck?
There you go, Silver. There's Newt's battle plans.
all right. I yeah, that's we're gonna bring that up on screen shortly here, but for now, Hannah looks at you, Dixie, and just kind of pauses for a minute and goes, "And why would you like me to do that in particular?"
Because you ruined my plans, and I don't really have a backup, especially not with this amount of time left. I think that'd probably be the only way to appease them at this point.
He's who exactly?
If I say it, you'll freak out. Whenever I say it, everyone freaks out.
She excuse me. She smiles softly at you and says, "I generally don't."
Baba Yaga.
Oh my god.
her eyes widen in surprise, but she doesn't, air quotes, freak out. She just says, "You have dealings with Baba Yaga?"
She's basically my mom. I think I fucked up. Everyone keeps
And-
yelling at me like I fucked up, and everyone's super disappointed in me, and no one's going to buy my tickets anymore for any of my shows, so I don't, I don't.
Ooh, sorry, everyone. That came on screen real big.
Probably shouldn't come on screen.
Shush. Ignore that. Ignore
This is
it.
Night City.
Ignore it. Hannah
I-
looks Hannah looks a little she how do I describe how Hannah's reaction is in the way that works to this? She's basically a little struck for words on how you've described it, and then she looks a little thoughtful and says, "Would it be safe of me to assume that whatever your expectation was related to that was perhaps in tandem with your business with those 3 goblins yesterday?"
I was gonna torture and kill them.
I see. She looks a little more dour, but
Did you already do it before I could get to them?
otherwise-
It doesn't matter. You already ruined my plan. Just take me instead.
She looks a little concerned, with her brow furrowed, and looks to you, Desi, as if to expect you to say something.
I already told you my plan, lady. You said it was a good one. What do you want to tell? What do you want? What do you expect me to do?
She sighs and says, "Did you sign anything?"
I didn't. No.
And looking at Dixie,
I'm not
she just
a dummy.
she gestures to you, Dixie. Did you sign anything in this agreement or whatever you proposed with or were given to do by Baba Yaga?
remember.
You didn't put your signature anywhere.
Well, but I can't like go against what Mom wants.
Okay. Well, what did you receive in exchange for your agreement?
This sick coat.
Do you like flourish and show it off?
If you do want to torture and kill me, I want you to do it while I'm wearing this coat, though.
She
That's all I
puts
ask.
folds her hands over each other and leans in and says, "You accepted a magic item of clothing in exchange for agreeing to torture and kill 3 goblins."
Make it really bad when you say it like that. I was under the impression that all goblins were horrible murderers.
She leans
I
forward and
think
says, "Are
these
you
goblins
a
are just
horrible
really
murderer?
stupid. I've killed a few times.
But would you call yourself a horrible murderer?"
I I don't. I feel like when I've killed before, it's been for like a good reason.
Self-defense, you mean?
Have you ever killed anyone?
No.
Can we not make this a bonding? Okay.
She
You're kind of putting me out on like out here to dry, because I'm the only one admitting to like horrible things, making me a little nervous.
she points to you, Desi, and says, "Would you say you're a horrible murderer?"
No, not the horrible one.
I don't think I've seen her kill anyone since I started hanging out.
So she looks at you, Desi, and says, "So you've never taken a life?"
Oh no, I did not see that.
I see. She looks at Dixie and says, "So why would your friend Desi here not qualify for this sacrifice?"
Well, because she's like a good person.
I don't know
Curious.
if I heard.
But she's a goblin, isn't she?
Well, yeah, but she doesn't count.
And why is that?
She's more human in my eyes than goblin.
And are you more human?
I definitely more something that's not goblin, I think. But I don't
Interesting.
think Baba Yaga cares. I think she'll be fine with any, like, goblin, so to speak.
I see. Well, you've made a pact with a stronger magical entity than yourself for benefits that you have an agreement to follow up on, and if you don't, you'll reap a repercussion. If you have to follow through on it, you'll need to torture and kill 3 goblins. I suppose the question is, if you really wanted to continue to follow through, wouldn't it be easier to do that to 3 goblins you didn't know or were not completely connected to where it is that
Yeah,
you...
that's why I grabbed those goblins, because it turns out that I think their tribe is less of the murdery type and more of the just really fucking stupid type. So I'm trying to sort of make sense of it in my mind in that manner, where I can be like, oh, well, they were not really giving anything to society anyways, and I can protect like myself and my friends by doing that, or my enemies and myself.
I see. Well, that is a challenging situation. You have put yourself at a very disadvantaged position with choosing local solutions, I suppose. I
Bunch of them coming on their way here to like kill us all. I thought it would be easy.
If they had turned hostile, I suppose, but now they are your...
They were hostile.
Did they attack you?
They got turned unhostile.
Well, Now that they aren't, that means that they are innocent, and you.
Well, I don't know if I'd say innocent.
Mm,
Basically, all of them admitted to eating babies.
did,
Yeah, I was going to say it's pretty hard to find a goblin that hasn't, killed something.
I
she
didn't kill
looks.
anything until 2 weeks ago.
She looks at you and looks at Dixie and goes, "They all admitted to having experience eating babies."
Yeah.
No, that they would eat babies.
Oh.
You have to understand the goblin culture. Basically, this is how it goes. This is the crash course. I am scared of the thing, but if I eat the baby version of this thing, haha, good trick, I win. That is really the extent.
Sounds
She
fucking stupid.
It's not very smart, no.
she smiles and says, "So what you're telling me is that they would eat a baby for tactical reasons?"
Well, no, and the fact that babies, usually taste good.
Hmm. So they were raised to this standard, yes?
Yeah, this is a cultural thing that isn't goblin culture. The goblin culture is stupid.
Oh, Hannah.
You got to understand. Sorry, go ahead, Dix.
I was just gonna say I was going to knock her out and take the goblins back, but Frank likes her too much, so I couldn't.
Wait, who?
Frank?
Who is Frank?
That hurt Frank's feelings.
I apologize to Frank. I don't know them very well, but I would like to.
I put my hands behind my head to make it look like I'm not moving anything, and then with my pinky fingers behind my head, I'm gonna slowly turn the hat to look at her.
I. You know what? Give me a fucking thievery roll.
Thievery roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this like a sleight of hand thing?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna roll for her ridiculous fucking observation
Plus
skill.
10. Oh, plus
Alright.
15.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Look, a stiff one could end this woman's life, but she can see through illusions like nobody's business. So she looks forward at you doing this, and then you can tell that there's a moment where she processes thinking like, oh, like she doesn't have an outward expression, but then as you're moving the hat, she just kind of leans her head and plays along and goes, oh, so this is Frank.
Yeah.
She does like
he
a
just
little.
looked at you. I didn't even do anything.
She does a little bow. A pleasure to meet you.
Whoa! That is
What?
not how we introduce ourselves to people.
Whatever
I
you.
am so sorry for his outburst. Oh my god. Look, I've said some mean stuff to you, but oh my god.
She smiles and says, "All right, well, look, Frank is very interesting, and I think that he and I would also benefit from a further conversation, but it seems that all of you are sort of embroiled in the same problem together. Now, your deal with Baba Yaga, from my memory and what it serves, she is a very unforgiving type, to be certain, but she's also one who is open to negotiation for other reasons. If you could find a moment to address a servant of Baba Yaga with the right counsel, I think it might go a fair distance to finding a better solution for your situation."
Oh my god, that's so sweet. Wait. You're offering yourself up as a replacement for the 3 goblins?
Do you
Oh,
mean it? Like
no.
willingly?
No, no, no.
Wait.
I think you're misinterpreting. No, what I'm recommending is you should most likely find yourself a spiritual advisor to act as a mediator. Um, Someone who has experience working in the uh, spiritual side of magical energies. Perhaps Father Abstelar. He might be a good choice to mediate a discussion on your behalf with a representative of the Queen of Witches. But
No, I can't take any more chances telling any more people. Desi,
What?
we got to bring Hannah with us into the forest so that she can talk to Mom.
I don't think that's a good idea. Like,
I don't know. She seems to know what she's talking about.
yeah, but that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried you don't know what you're talking about. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Desi, why are you just ripping into me today?
Why you made that the tissue paper today? You know, this is not fair to me. No. Listen, normally you're all just like making loud noises and rude gestures, and I don't give a fuck what you think. And today you're like made out of tissue paper. And you know what? It makes me feel like the bad gobbo, and I don't like it. I feel bad. This isn't fair.
All right, Hannah, come with us. I just grab her by the hand.
where
I
are
like
you in?
sigh for a moment, and I scream out. I go, no!
Oh no, don't get wife involved. Ah!
Meanwhile, now that we have the source material, before that part of all these interactions come to culminate, which page do you want me to bring up first, Newt?
Well, the second the one of them is a how to protect ourselves from the sun's attacks, and
All
one
right.
is the how to attack the sun.
Gotcha. So, this is the page that's brought up first. So you hold this one up in front of Steve,
Yeah.
and Dixie. How do you explain this one to them?
Okay. See, if we take a board and we put it onto a rod, we can use these ropes to tilt to protect whenever the sun attacks.
I'm gonna roll a Alright, and Steve and Stevetta look at each other and then just nod without saying a word. Like like yeah.
So we just need to construct this.
Okay.
That
What's
will cover our defenses.
yeah. They look a little unsure, but
Now for our attack!
hold on, let me switch over. There we go.
Okay, so originally I was thinking this one up here in the top corner. If we pile up enough rocks and make a tower, maybe we'll be closer to shoot at the sun. But no, we're not gonna do this one. Crosses it out with X. But I'm thinking maybe this one. And I explained how to construct it in really easy to read English. Right here, in here,
Pointing at the chicken scratch.
But the second one, I think if we make a giant slingshot onto a ramp, we can maybe launch bigger rocks at the sun. But this one down here, we can attach a goblin to a hang glider so we can launch them with the slingshot and get them closer to the sun so they can attack.
Steve's eyes look like they're like going in separate directions, like they're defocusing, and Stevetta just looking at it is just nodding her head, and she just goes, "You draw good."
Thank you. I was the best drawer in my village.
Very good art. uh, artist, good. You should put art up in on walls in house.
Who's gonna carry these plans out then to Desi?
All right. Just as a side, can we get some congrats in chat for Jasmine, literally just drawing that herself in the background on paper. I think that's props for that. Also,
Oh my
Cuber.
god. Yeah. What? What?
Can we hang this up on the wall? It's the plan to protect against the sun and attack the sun.
He
Let me
holds
take
up
a.
both pieces of paper.
But I. Ah. I see. Ah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Big rope. Rock. Oh. And a big triangle thing.
Yeah. It's to fly.
Oh, to fly. And what is the second one? The thing that you're under?
Oh, it's to protect from the sun. You pull the string to rotate it to deflect the sun's attacks.
Okay. Yeah, we can hang this on the wall. This is pretty good plans, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start cheering it.
And I'm just gonna look at Hannah. I'm just gonna grin. It's just like, welcome to the madhouse.
And as Hannah becomes very clearly aware of how the depth of the kind of place that she is now residing, and everyone begins to prepare for their journey to head out into the wilderness, I think now is a perfect moment to go ahead and call our break for the middle of the session. So for now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a quick little 15-minute break, and when we come back after doing our bio and taking care of our organic needs, we will
It's the
see you
Poodor. He's
guys.
talking about the Poodor.
Yeah. Actually, surprisingly, I don't need to.
What?
The
You
pizza
don't have to
hasn't.
use the Poodor?
No, the pizza
What
has
the
not.
fuck?
Yeah, I know.
Who are
right?
you?
I'm surprised too. But either way, thanks everybody for sticking around so far. A reminder, if you want to follow the wonderful people who are involved in this project, go ahead and hit up the links there for !Goblinz. If you guys want to check out the previous sessions, there is the session archives there. And then otherwise, let's see here. The bullshit. If you guys make any contributions of subs, bits, or donations, it goes to the Goblin Bullshit Pool in the bottom right corner of the screen. When we hit 300 points in the Goblin Bullshit Pool, we will have a goblin pizza party for all of the goblins in the thing. Yup. Anyway, so with that said and done, thank you all for being here so far. We will see you all in about 15 minutes. We're going to take our little bio. Goblins, say goodbye for now.
See you.
Goblins, goodbye for now.
All right, see you all soon. Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. It's good to see you all here. A little reminder, if you like the shenanigans we get up to here, if you could follow those wonderful people, those links there in the chat, that would be very kind of you. Sad Avocado, hello. It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome. For those of you who might be new here, this is We Amz Goblinz. We do it every Sunday night. It is our ongoing All Goblins Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaign. If you're like, why does it say Dungeons and Dragons then? Because the Pathfinder category is dead. So, nobody will discover us, sadly. As I know it's a little bit of a tricky wiki, but really there should just be a tabletop RPG category instead. But no, Twitch don't do that, so... Whatever. Anyways, so with all that said and done, hello, happy to have you all here. The pool next to me to the right is also part of our monetary incentivization shenanigans. If you guys like what you see, please feel free to contribute bits, subscriptions, or donations, and every $10 that end up in Effie's pocket will increase the Goblin Bullshit Pool by 1. At 300 Goblin Bullshit Pool points, we will have a pizza party for the goblins, and then I will get together a proper progress bar to put on the fucking top of the screen and be like, you know, bullshit pool progress, go, etc. But now that we're here and we have returned, goblins, are you guys ready to continue the journey that is our collective narrative?
Yeah. I
Sure.
suppose, unless we're going into the woods, and then maybe I don't want to go.
Well, we'll
And
address
she
that.
thinks she has a choice.
Thanks, Peter, for the gift sub to Goblin Panties.
God damn it.
It's real solid. You know, I think that also brings us up a point, so... Whoop.
Yeah, it does.
There we go. Point go up. Goblins go in? Question mark? Anyways, let's go ahead and play some Forest. Listen to that Forest. That's some good Forest right there. And then we go, boop, ta-da, imagination goes here because everything's going to be moving around a bit now at this point. So we return now to the collective of Desi, Newt, Dixie, Steve-Etta, Dixie the dog, and Hannah all leaving the building. Because you are leading Hannah out into the woods, Dixie, Newt, are you gonna you and Steve-Etta gonna follow after them right away, or are you gonna hang back and get clothed and then follow your some other elements, or are you gonna join them? Basically, I'm asking, are you running into the woods naked with everybody? Newt. Newt?
Newt?
Jasmine.
Oh no, Newt's dead.
Oh no. Well, then I will come back.
We're gonna have to find it out in the wild.
I hope she's okay. I think I might know what had happened though, so we'll give her a moment to kind of adjust on that front. Meanwhile,
If we
however,
don't hear anything from her for too long, I could always go check on her and make sure she's okay.
that would be very good of you. I would appreciate that. For the time being, though, Dixie, where are you trying to lead Hannah?
Just to some secluded spot in the woods.
This
All
bitch
right.
is really gonna make me have to follow the both.
So Hannah chuckles to herself, and she says, if we're going out into the woods, that would be perfect, because I need to forage some new plants to start growing the garden.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want while we're out there. I'm not your
Desi,
mom.
do you have anything to add to this?
Oh, we can go do that. That seems perfectly fine.
All right.
I got no problems. That don't have names anyway.
So Dixie, Desi, and Hannah, you collectively go off into the woods today for what ostensibly I imagine is a teddy bear picnic and no other terrible ulterior occurrences.
I already told everyone what I was doing out there.
Newt, have you returned?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Are you going to be going with them, or are you going to get clothed and deal with other things?
I'm just gonna get clothed and go with them.
Okay.
The plan is ready for tomorrow.
Gotcha. All right. So you dress up, and so does Steve and Stevetta, and everyone basically like collectively eventually makes their way into the forest, and Hannah is taking the lead, next to Dixie, who is basically like the choosing where in the forest everyone is going. So now this collective headed into the middle of the forest is well, are you heading back to the same place that you made your ritual contacts before?
No, I mean, like, the last place I made the contact was like a random ass place, so I don't feel like there's much of a need for me to be too specific with it.
All right, that's fair. Just anywhere in the woods,
Yeah.
on the island or further to the east.
Let's try going a little further to the east. We'll have ourselves a little fun time out.
All right.
Ah.
Sounds good to me.
Don't worry. We got Newt the crocodile hunter.
Ah.
Snappy Jaw, thank you.
Ah.
No, Newt is the crocodile, or oh, you're saying the snappy jaw hunter.
Speaking of, does Lizzie come with you guys, or do you keep Lizzie in the pond?
Are we like? No. She's coming.
All right. So you ride atop your mighty Lizzie steed to a random ass spot in the woods with two other goblins. Desi. Okay, sorry, I should call them by their name. With Steve, Stevetta, Dixie, Desi, Dixie the dog, and Hannah the half elf. So eventually, after wandering your way through the forest, you find a nice clearing that seems amenable to shenanigans. Dixie, what would you like to do from there?
Do you see any of those thingies you wanted?
Hannah's looking around through the forest as you walk through and goes, oh, well, if we're slowing down a bit, I can take a look around to collect what herbs I require.
This bit's gonna take me a second, though, so if you guys could, just sort of be somewhat quiet and sort of look around, I'd appreciate it.
She nods. Meanwhile, what do you do, Desi? Do you kind of like take a bit of a distance, or?
Yeah, I guess I'll humor her. I guess I'm just gonna go help look for herbs for a bit.
All right. Meanwhile, Newt, what about you? Do you also join the herb hunt? Or are you just gonna quietly watch Dixie put together a ritual?
Yes.
Watch Dixie do the ritual?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So, Desi, give me a nature roll to see how well you manage to help with the herb hunt.
Sir, I am a goblin. I am a professional goblin at that. I spent my days outside in the wilderness. Do you really think that I need to roll for nature?
Yeah.
Okay, well, fuck me then. Oh, fuck!
It's still pretty decent, you know? Let me make sure that I drag Hannah out into the party, and we will give her the only other thing that she has a great score on. Oh boy, does she ever! That's a nat 20 with a plus 10 right there. Okay, Hannah is very she good at this. She it's almost like it's her job. Yeah, she scouts the outer areas of town, and as she's walking with you, Desi, she just recounts about like she knows this area like the back of her hand. Like she's telling you about like all these little details about the space and like highlighting like what's interesting about parts of the forest and informing you of this and
Ah.
that. And as she's doing it, she's just casually leaning down and picking up random things that you're like, wait, what the fuck was that? Like to the degree that you're curious that why she
What?
even had a use for these things in the first place. So
Oh.
you can garner that Hannah is pretty effective at finding all manner of fucking wild growing like herbs and plant life in general. Like this woman, she knows her fucking shit. Like you know your shit about finding a lot of different ingredients and things in the forest and know your way around pretty decently, but like this woman is just like on another level.
Ah.
Uh
Very helpful. Mm-mm-mm.
yeah, so
Flip
you're
open book. Start
she,
taking notes.
yeah, she helps identify a few things you've never even encountered before and kind of outlines a little bit of a uh elements and remedies and stuff and tells you about like all these other things and blah blah blah. She also goes into detail about so she's walking and as she stops she goes, so I heard a little rumor and I was wondering if maybe you could clarify for me.
Sorry. What? I was drawing in book. Hold on. Repeat that.
Well, I was talking to one of the girls from the Pixies Kitten, and they had
Ah.
mentioned that there was a nude goblin wrestling match that they had been a part of.
I'm gonna slow blink for a second and be like, I think it's a little weird that this is like the first conversation we've had, really. Besides, that wasn't like, why are these people like that? But I'm gonna be real with you. Uh, I'm not even really surprised. Yes, there was definitely nude oiled goblin wrestling.
She nods and says, "That actually makes me a little curious. You see, I'm the one that the women there go to when they have complications arise that they need solved as part of their work. And I was curious
Uh,
if there were, well, it's an oddity, and I apologize if it's offensive for me to even ask, but is it possible for goblins to crossbreed with other species?
what? What? Uh, you know, I'm not really the person to ask. If you give it probably a few days or months, my wife could probably tell you more about that.
she she nods respectfully and says, "The only reason I ask is in case you would like me to show you mm, certain. You see, I'm a bit of a midwife often here in town,
Uh,
and
uh,
I have seen a lot of deliveries, but I have also well, either way, if there are herbal remedies that are needed for certain elements of things. Perhaps if you need um, something that is a preventative on that front as well. She holds up a couple of plants that she picked up. These are useful in creating what is known as a contraceptive.
yeah, no, uh, yeah, I'm not really the person for that. Uh,
Hmm, that's fair.
yeah.
I
But
apologize.
I guess I'll take them for
Well, more
hmm.
so, I was wondering if you would be wanting to learn from me how it is made and to deal with that yourself, it might be a little awkward for me to be the one to interact with your um, community and your pairings initially. So
I
I'm
don't
just
know if
letting
this
you
is a
know.
joke or not, considering the amount of weird bullshit that we put up with on every single day.
What?
I I don't know if that is a joke or not, based on the weird bullshit that we deal with every single day.
Are you don't know if she's joking or not? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
She looks a little embarrassed and goes, "I apologize. It was a difficult subject, but since we were wandering the forest and I looked at the ingredients here, I thought, it would be prudent to raise the question." She looks kind of like red in the face, a little bit embarrassedly, and says, "My thoughts on what could be a useful perhaps got ahead of me on something that maybe required a bit more context to bring up initially." She just gives you like a deep bow and says, "I apologize for any undue discomfort."
Uh, listen, lady, I just, I emotionally damaged the mouthiest goblin I know. I put the picture of basically, I'm still trying to figure it out, on the wall. And, my wife is probably mating with the alpha specimen, named Oleg. You're not even phasing me, honestly. You're just, honestly, it's just painful watching you basically hurt yourself. All I am saying is, like, at this point, uh, you know, I can't think of anything you could do that would surprise me.
She smiles and gives you like a thankful curt like nod and says, "That's relieving. We are going to be living together, and I was hoping to broach the topic of my practice and where it could be sustained in the town now that I have lost out on my excuse me, dry the throat.
Yeah, see, choking on embarrassment is just a bad move.
The throat just got very suddenly dry.
Maybe you should try some of them herbs.
Just, uh, well, it's just that I would like to resume making sure that if I'm needed, I can be, but I didn't know how to bring up the awkward subject matter of continuing my treatments and practices in your home.
Ah.
And I wouldn't ask, but there is nowhere else for me to currently practice out of in Sandpoint until, well, either I can purchase another property in the center of town or am able to figure out somewhere else I can work from. But it does help to be working out of somewhere that I also live.
Ah. So you want to, like, see patients in the house?
Yes, I am often seen for remedies for small injuries or illnesses or midwife duties. And
Ah.
it would be beneficial to have them travel to the house so that I can see them closer to where my practice is. But I could also find another way, but I do not currently possess the funds to do so. So
Ah. No, you can use the parlor probably if you have to meet anybody. Honestly, uh, we don't really use that part. It's really only used for when meetings or when, nice things are happening. And honestly, uh, you know, that doesn't happen so often. Uh, so, you know.
hmm. Yes, I can find use for that room then, if you would like. There are a few rooms in the buildings that might work to that effect. I will do my best to ensure that whatever changes I make in it are asked beforehand, but otherwise, Thank you. It would be very helpful to be well, be able to practice again. I've been a few days out of it, and I've already had to turn a few people away for various allergy issues due to the season. So it would be nice to be able to resume helping.
Hmm.
Any other further commentary, Desi, or shall I have switch over to team ritual time?
I'm gonna start drawing stuff in my notebook thoughtfully
All right.
for a minute. Because now this gives me an idea.
All right. Well, you tend to that. Meanwhile, Dixie, you've done this before, so I will give you advantage on another occult roll to see how well you manage to set up a ritual and begin the process of contact.
Okay.
All right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's not total ass. So, you set up a bunch of different ritual things, and Newt, do you want to do anything to maybe try to help, or are you just watching her basically, like, do her thing? Newt?
What?
Newt.
Uh-oh. She
Oh.
is dead.
Uh-oh. I think Jasmine's got sleepy bitch disease tonight. Jasmine.
Oh, God.
Alright. We're just gonna assume that she's watching from the sidelines then. So, Dixie, you you do a little song, you do a little dance, you shake it all around, and you shit in your pants. No, that's not how it works.
What? Wait
Look.
a minute.
Now, Desi, don't freak
on.
out. This is a mandatory part of this ritual. I can't skip this bit. I'll just try not to maintain eye contact.
Yeah. Good.
Oh my God! Please no.
Getting swifty dance. Yeah, exactly. You get real swifty with this ritual.
Oh. Everything that's happening right now is bad. Do.
Oh, all right. So Hannah returns to the area along with Desi just as soon as you're about ready to completely enact the ritual. So all that's left now is that you've got it all set up, and it's pretty much prepared to the degree that you think would work the best. So Dixie, once everyone has returned, would you like to begin the ritual to make contact once more?
Yeah. Just gonna close my eyes, breathe in, and breathe out. And I'm going to attempt to make contact.
All right. Everybody's sitting around just kind of like Steve, and Newt were basically just playing like kick the rock to each other for a while there, just kind of boredly waiting until you finished setting up the whole ritual thing, and Dixie was just sort of chilling, and Lizzie same off to the side, and Hannah and Desi returning. You kind of get ready to watch Dixie enact this magical ritual. So everybody steps aside and just kind of lets you do your thing. So Dixie, as you're processing your magical energies and reaching out to the bond in front of you, no doubt doing some kind of thank you for scaring the shit out of Effie.
Fucking damn
it. Suddenly a T-Rex is summoned forth from the fucking the wilderness. Eventually the air begins to grow cold, and the trees kind of have a layer of frost that coats over them rapidly as a whooshing kind of sound of wings comes from above. And nestling into one of the trees there is a bird. The same bird that you spoke to before, Dixie, in your previous ritual to make connection. And it looms down over you with just kind of like this shadow that it casts from the tree. Everyone else is quiet, and it looks around curiously and says, "You have come to do your sacrifice here, yes?"
I turn and I look at Hannah and I like wave my arms like to sort of invite her on stage, so to speak.
Also, Raffi, thank you very much for the biddies. That's very kind of you. So you're telling Hannah to take the stage?
Yep.
Good. You're making me talk to myself again. Wonderful. I love it. It's fantastic.
DM. Welcome to DMing.
Yeah,
Have fun.
That's fine. That's fine.
Welcome to DMing. It's it's freaking direct mimicry. There you go.
How are you, left hand?
Tried
Oh,
very
pretty
hard.
good, right hand.
Wow.
So you kind of push Hannah forward to speak, yes?
Yeah.
She looks a little, like, confused and flustered and says, "Oh, hi. I'm not exactly qualified to speak on behalf of spiritual matters, but I suppose with what little experience I have in the occult, I will be speaking on behalf of Dixie here." And the bird in the tree just kind of looks like it cracks its head to the side in a really nasty sound. Like, its head it sounds like it broke its neck as it turns to look at her, and it kind of echoes out a little bit of a voice saying, "You will lead the sacrifice?" "Oh, no. You know what? Since she's so important in this conversation, we should probably put Hannah on the screen as well. That would probably be a smart thing to do."
Would you really give you a good visualizer while you're talking to yourself?
Yeah. La la la.
You know?
Hello. Blah 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 blah. I am Hannah. Blah blah blah.
You're being really disrespectful to my mom right now.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, man.
Seriously, please.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, honestly, look, Silver. Don't make her cry again. That's 3 times.
Oh my god, alright.
Like, Goblin Protective Services are on their way, okay?
Yes, well, I'm not here to lead a sacrifice. I'm here to speak on behalf of Dixie for a renegotiation.
If you mess this up, I'm blaming you.
The bird opens its mouth and a little stream of like cold air comes out of it, and it says, "Negotiation. You negotiate? What do you offer to speak? Why should we not punish the goblin?" Hannah looks up and says, well, she thinks about it for a second and goes, hold on a second. Reaches into her pouch and pulls out a collection of herbs and begins kind of like mushing them together, and reaching into her pack and pulling some utensils and just kind of like doing some strange stuff to the mixture.
Now is not the time to make a salad.
She leans over and goes, "I'm preparing an offering. I would like to make an offering to the great Baba Yaga to open negotiations for a new approach to Dixie's obligations in exchange for the blessing that she has received. As such, she mixes it together a little further and takes a small match from one of her pockets and just kind of lights it over and says, "Please accept this offering," and puts it into the thing, and it lights, and a small kind of like display of sparks comes up, and you can see there's like a little bit of a whoosh of multicolored flame that comes up, and she winces a little bit as she does it, and then holds it up in the air, and looks a little drained as she does so, and the bird just kind of cocks its head, and I suppose, since I'm the one fucking doing all this right now, I'll roll for her fucking occultism.
You can have my coat as well if you want it back. I'm kind of done using it now.
The bird looks and kind of looks a little narrow-eyed for a moment, and as Hannah holds it up, she just kind of like whispers under her arm to you and says, "It might be a good idea for you to take that off and put it on the ground to show that, but also in case it is used against you."
I'm just gonna like take it off. I'm gonna like sort of roll it into a ball and like underhand like toss it.
Alright. As you try to remove it, you can feel the kind of like skin of the goblins that it's kind of made out of reaching out, and in order to remove it, Dixie, you need to tear your own flesh, basically. It's kind of merged with your skin. So
I think this coat is hugging me right now.
You can give me an athletics roll to see if you can actually tear it free, otherwise it might be stuck on you.
An athletics roll, huh?
Yep.
An athletics roll.
Yep.
Yes.
It's strength.
Look, just do it. What's the
like
worst
if I
that can
do it-
happen?
I'm gonna rip my flesh off.
Not.
It would seem that all you can really manage to do is tear parts of your own skin and cause it to bleed, but the strength needed to really wrench it free from you and toss it away is beyond you at the moment.
The moment, he says. As if that's not one of the best fucking strength rolls I've ever gotten.
Sometimes I think, man, today
Why'd you do
sucks,
that?
and I'm just bad at things. And then I just remembered that sometimes Dixie has to roll athletic. Okay, I'm sorry. Continue.
So she's like holding the thing up as the creature, and she's going, "What's going on? Why aren't you throwing it over there?"
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
Like, there's just blood like rolling down like my torso. Yeah, it's not. Doesn't wanna anymore.
Oh. She takes note of where the injuries are of you trying to remove it, and just goes, "I see." And she turns back over to the creature
I'm
awaiting.
leaking.
Thank you. She turns back over to the creature in the branches, and the bird turns its head like fully upside down, sniffing at the air, and it pauses for a moment and says, "We will negotiate again, but there will be consequences for wasting time if there is nothing here for the mother."
Okay.
The head snaps again and looks down at you, Dixie, and says, "What do you propose as an alternative?"
I thought she just gave the alternative.
No, that was the offering to negotiate.
Oh.
It was a apology and a gift for changing the terms of a deal.
Wait, would it be stupid if I like? What if I just like let Mom figure it out? Like she seems to know what's best.
I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in on this. Desi, Newt, like talking about this is like a group huddle moment. Basically, Hannah gestures to everybody else to come close who wants to.
I mean, I'm not involved
Alright.
in this, right?
Yeah, but this is sort of like a family thing, and just.
But she doesn't want to be family.
Okay.
She says it all the time.
Look. You know how
Resident Evil
sometimes
Village.
you just wander into the woods and you find something and you come back and you tell me, hi, this is Shumi, or this is Lizzie, or this is Newty.
Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, just like most of everything that you bring home, this also ends in an E or a Z. In fact, it's Dixie. It's both. And that means she belongs here.
No,
And
that's
that's it.
Dixie.
Points at
Yeah,
dog.
yeah. No, that's also Dixie.
You're gonna break my
The,
mind.
the whole point
What
is
if we
that
just?
phonetically
What if we
she
just
belongs,
give like?
okay?
What if we just offer like part of Dixie, and we keep the biggest part?
Says
don't we
that to
just-
Bird.
Why don't we just no.
Can we just keep the
No.
biggest part of Dixie and you get the rest?
No, that's not how this works. Stop that. Wife?
I'm asking a question to the bird.
I'm gonna die.
No, we keep the biggest part.
Honey, if you look, the biggest part of Dixie is her head. If she doesn't have a body, she dies.
Well, they could take like the lower half or her legs.
No.
Can
Why don't they
do.
just take the biggest part of Dixie, which is her like fucking ego, and
I
then
knew you were
you
gonna
know
say that.
we just keep the rest of her.
Like, how many arms do you need from her? What if we just give up like an arm and a leg or like 2 legs?
No, Red. Knit, come here, knit.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
not
yeah.
going. We want all of Dixie to be okay.
No, of course, I understand, but I mean, like, if we have to, we should give up the unimportant parts. She never does anything other than complain, so she doesn't need her legs. I mean, she could just, like, be carried around or something.
You know, maybe we could just take Snooties like she doesn't use them. Okay. Look. We don't want to give up any body parts, okay? That's not cool.
No, we don't want to. It's just a matter of if we have to. I'm just trying to learn all the options.
But yeah, okay, but listen, you might be giving people ideas. And when you're dealing with witches, you have to be very careful with wording.
Okay.
I'm gonna fucking die.
Newt's gonna look down, like, sadly at the ground. Be like,
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Oh, no. I'm not saying be quiet. I'm just saying have to be careful with wording. You know, okay, let me put it this way. Let's say a bear comes out of the woods and is like, "Rawr, I'm a bear." And you just go, "Oh, bear."
Hi,
What if-
bear!
yeah, but what if you just went, Oh, hi, bear. Why don't you just eat one of us and then let the other ones go? Maybe the bear wasn't even hungry. Maybe the bear was just like
Well,
there. But
in most
now,
bear attacks, bears
now,
actually don't eat their victims because most bear attacks are actually just in either self-defense or territorial or protecting their young.
what? How the fuck do you know that?
Snappy Jaw Hunter.
Crikey.
Yeah, crikey indeed. Um, my point is that the bear wasn't thinking about eating you, but now that you've mentioned it, it
Well, the
might go.
bear's still not gonna eat you because that's not what they do.
Okay, fine.
Like that, you're
Let's
not making
pretend-
any sense.
Okay, fine. Let's pretend I got bit by a werewolf and I turned into a werewolf in the wife tree. And I was like, "Rar, I'm a werewolf." And you were like, "Wait, don't eat me, just eat Dixie." Maybe I wasn't even hungry. Maybe I was
Well,
just, you know.
Dixie's never in the wife tree when you're eating me.
All right, Desi, scale of 1 to 10, or like, who's harder to deal with?
You easy, hands down.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah, I mean, look, I. The wife you've been in around.
There's
I
a
think the
coughing
DM
bit.
is. I think the DM is dead.
The heavy is dead.
I'm just
Yeah.
waiting for somebody to come forward with a proposal.
Look. How about this? How about this? Why don't we offer something that a witch would want?
What a witch want?
Maybe she wants, a giant blood red Mothman.
Cool hat.
No, not the cool hat. I'd
I
like to
just want
think
a
that
cool
maybe we
No,
give them
that's
the
like a
red
thing a
seagull.
Dixie would want.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because then we get rid of the red armed, which, the ruined lady. And then, that's like 2 birds, 1 stone.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you want like a red witch, like flying demon goblin moth thing?
Yeah, what about that one?
The the crow creature bird thing. It's kind of hard to identify. It's sitting on the branch, just kind of twists its head back around and says, "You offer a demon?"
Yeah, I mean,
Where is this demon that you speak of?
on an island that's a little bit away, actually. I could probably find it pretty easy.
I see. And you would offer its essence to us in chains?
No, we'd offer all of it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because, if we find it and then we deal with it and then we just give it to you, I mean, that seems like a better
Yeah.
thing to do,
Like,
right?
You can do whatever you want. If you just want a sense, you can, but you can have all 7 if you want.
You do not possess the creature now.
No,
because we had
not
to figure
yet.
out what you
No.
wanted.
You would find it and enslave it for the yoga?
I mean, if you want it enslaved, I guess. I don't really know how to do that, but I can definitely get it.
The
Probably.
the bird opens its mouth, and the laughter of like a swarm of birds fills the air. It sounds like it's coming from all directions. And as it closes its mouth, it looks at you and says, "You would face a demon to save your friend from their consequences."
Okay, let me explain something.
Unfortunately.
You know, actually, you need to put it pretty succinctly, but yes, I would fight the demon for my friends, even if sometimes they are mean to me.
And can barely make toast.
Oh, look, everybody has to start somewhere. That's not fair. Look.
You ate my breakfast. Fuck you.
Okay, you know what? You both just shush. Everybody's got to start somewhere. The first step in being good at something is sucking at it. So just, you know.
That's what you told me in the wife tree.
Yeah, but you were trying to, you know, like.
At
You were
least
trying to make the bed fancy. Like, you know, it. What do you. What? I refuse to let you do this twice to me. I refuse.
Well, you said that in the wife tree
I
too.
refuse.
Oh, Ash, thank you very much for the raid.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be pleased to know that the terms of the deal that Dixie made with Baba Yaga are currently in renegotiation right now. So
some snooty.
Yeah, we've assumed that Snooty just spent the night with Oleg doing whatever you want to assume Snooty did. So
with Oleg, huh?
Well, I mean that's your choice. That's your choice,
Oleg,
Ash.
Huh?
Not your choice, Ash's choice.
Oh.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
Well, actually,
fair.
I am Ash, so.
What?
Yeah.
That is what?
Fact. It's fact. Yeah.
That's not gonna confuse
I'm
it.
sorry,
You don't
I'm
have to
allergic
pretend to
to
be another
bullshit.
goblin.
Yes. Snooty was up to a good time for sure, I imagine. But I'll let Ash let me know what Snooty and Oleg ended up coming up with for how they spent their time and are currently occupied elsewhere. For now, however, thank you, Ash. I hope you had fun. Give my best to the others, and make sure that you guys follow the Art of Ash.
My
if you
husband.
What?
I was quoting you.
My husband? Oh,
Yeah.
fucking. No,
Give your best to my husband. Wait, what?
No, Velvet isn't here, so I'm not gonna make that mistake again.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
Have a good night, Ash. Take care. Also,
Good night, Ash.
You already-
Sleep. Good
Oops.
night.
My bad, duds. Yes, during one of Honey's streams, Velvet came in and said goodnight, and I said, give your best to my husband, instead of give my best to your husband. There you go.
Oh,
That is the
yo.
context. Yeah, my
It's
brain
one of my favorite
fucked it up.
things. I love it.
Anyway.
Give your
Way
best
to-
to my
way to
husband.
go.
Wait, what? Like, he caught it immediately, too. It was very good.
So there is a there's a pause from the bird in this tree, and it kind of gives a low chuckle, laughing to itself that kind of grows into almost a manic laugh that fills the bush. And after a pause, it says, "This alternative could prove very amusing to the Baba Yaga. You will have this opportunity to correct your mistakes by securing this demon." And it looks like directly at you as its eyes kind of bulge out of its head, Dixie. And
Can
says,
you tell her I hope she smiles?
Oh, the Yaga will smile at this,
Aww.
whether you succeed or not.
Oh, that's great. She's very supportive.
Thank you for the raid, Percy. I am a bird.
Who's a Percy?
Wait,
Yeah,
I
book
thought-
him in, Kai.
What's a there? People are. Is there a raid on the town?
Shut up. Anyways,
Dazzy.
thank you.
Uh,
I thought I was the dumb one.
what?
Did you not hear what Dixter said?
No. Also, who told you you're the dumb one?
Dixie tells me all the time.
I'll do it again. You're the dumb one.
See?
Yeah. Well, you know.
Oh my god. Alright, yeah, so the bird. Let's get this out of the way before more raids come in.
Did you just say shit this out of the way?
No, get
No,
this.
he said
Yeah.
get. You are
Just-
fucking projecting.
Just
Stop
shit
trying
it
to
all
shit
out.
out the way.
Just shit it all
Move!
over. Just move, bitch. Shit out the way.
Shit out the way.
Oh my god. Silver, no.
Silver, yes. Anyway.
No.
The bird sitting in the tree says, "You will have your opportunity to earn your blessings in another way. If you are able to defeat this unholy creature and make it serve your will, then you can bring it to the Yaga and force its servitude. To do this, we will bless you, little red creature, with the tools to contain it when you have broken it."
Give him a little smile face and like some thumbs up.
It says, "If you find these new terms agreeable, we will bestow the blessing." Before you do that, Hannah turns to you and she says, "Now, it would be wise to make sure that you ask a few questions, I think, here, before agreeing to anything, in case you might need to negotiate further."
Oh, you know, ma'am, I understand this is your first day here. Let me just explain something to you. They're not going to do that. In fact, if they did, they probably just make it worse.
Dixie, what do? Do you ask further questions, or you just like, sign me up?
Like, do you want my jacket? I think it'd look pretty sleek on you.
Are you talking to Hannah?
I'm talking to the bird.
It says, "No, you will keep the clothing that has been blessed, and it will serve additional purposes."
I don't like the sound of that.
Can I take it off?
There's more laughter, followed by a brief pause, and then, "No."
Can you take it off?
You will choose now. Do you accept the blessing, or shall your punishment be expedited?
What do I do?
What,
Hannah
are you
would-
asking me?
I said Hannah, you idiot.
Oh, sorry.
Hannah
I was
leans
ready
in.
to just I'm usually ready to be the smart one. I'm not used to having somebody else that has common sense.
I know, right? It's OP. You gotta nerf your supporting NPC there. Hannah leans in and she says, "Look, I would just perhaps ask if there's the specifics of what you're going to be receiving and how it's all going to work, just so you know a little bit more."
Can you be more specific?
The bird, the bird tilts its head and says, "You demand further answers when you have been given a gift of change?" Curious.
Told me to. If you want to blame anyone, I'd blame them.
Hannah just looks up, looks at you with a bitch, and then looks up at the bird, and then she looks at the bird and says, "Oh, I was simply trying to ensure that she knew all of the details of the deal at hand, so that she could maybe make a better case for what you're about to do. Negotiate the specifics. I'm afraid I'm not a lawyer or anyone associated with legal proceedings. But I would think that you would want to be thorough in outlining your..." And then the bird is just like, "Be quiet!" And she just kind of goes, "Up. No. Baba Yaga does not deal in specifics."
Alright, do it.
Well, before anyone else can interrupt or make an argument to perhaps set another emotion forward, as Dixie speaks aloud the agreement, there is a bit of another further echo of bird-like laughter, and the strange patchwork skin cloak that you're wearing, basically it grows what could only be described as small talons that kind of jut out at very awkward little angles, and they begin to hook into parts of your flesh. And as it happens, it is a very painful experience. You feel like you're basically just being pulled apart to a degree. As this is
Guys,
happening,
I'm gonna die now.
As you're so this is extremely painful. So Dixie, I need you to give me a fortitude save, please.
If you make me throw up, I swear to God.
It's not a barf coat. All right, you hold your own, but it's pulling and pinching at you in a way that is just tearing at your nerves. It is so extremely painful, and as you kind of settle yourself, the after effect of it is your body is bleeding, and there's lots of little small rends and tears on you. And the bird kind of speaks up and says, "The blessing has been given. You will wrap yourself bodily around the creature when it has been weakened enough, and this cloak will do the rest. But every night you fail to embrace this demon forthwith will result in the cloak embracing you."
It would have been a lot easier to just kill some goblins.
The bird reiterates, "You have the tools to ensure that the Yaga can help with its subservience when you have brought its defenses low. And every night you try to sleep, your skin will be torn and ripped until you have made this attempt.
You know,
Demon.
but I'm probably gonna get blamed for this too. So, you know, thanks.
You are welcome, strange goblin. Do you wish to speak to your own desires to forge a deal?
What? No. that-
Mom's really
no,
nice,
no, no.
actually. She's not this bad normally. It's not normally like this.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I'm good. Honestly, she's not gonna die from that, is she?
No, that would be no fun for
Uh.
the Yaga.
Okay. Alright, you know?
Death is a quick release from problems. That is an easy escape. There is no easy escape here.
Hmm. You know, can I ask a question with no bullshit or any sort of the price?
The creature seems a little bemused and says, "Ask, and I may answer."
Okay, that's fair. What do you do in your spare time? Seems kind of weird that you're in a forest, basically waiting for, well, you know, a goblin to appear.
Give me a
Kind of a
diplomacy
weird
roll.
deal. What? Blah, blah.
All right. It cricks its neck in like a full rotation, a very nasty snapping noise as its head, a bird designed not like an owl, cricks its head around in like a full 360 back into position, making a couple
That's
of
what I do in
nasties.
my sleep. Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of narrows its eyes and says, "I speak for the Yaga in many places. I am not just here, but elsewhere as my other ambassadors travel. We speak in many languages across many borders."
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that sounds like very busy work. So I'll keep this very brief. She's gonna dig into her stuff and she's gonna pull out a ration and offer it to the bird because it's all dried fruit and like basically like essentially like, you know, nibs and such, you know, like basically hardtack and such. But there's dried meat and fruit. And she's just gonna go, yeah, you know, as far as this all went, you know, seems pretty good, honestly. You know, thank you for your time. We'll make sure to go do that. And you know, you have a day. I don't know what kind of day you typically have, but I hope it's a better one than having to deal with this. Also, one last question.
It looks at the offering that you're preferring and seems. Give me a perception roll.
Perception.
Yeah.
Dink.
Do you wish to keep that roll?
Yeah.
All right. It says, "You may ask your question when you have brought the offering closer."
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know about that one. You kind of do the freaky neck thing, and honestly, yeah, you know, I'm gonna grab a stick and I'm gonna tie the ration to the stick, with that hanky. And then I'm just gonna offer it to the crow.
It looks a little crestfallen, like you figured out something that it didn't want you to, and it sighs.
I'm gonna squint a little bit, but it's like,
It cricks its head upwards, making another really nasty noise before coming back down and says, "Present it.
But-
Bring it closer."
oh my God. Okay, look. I understand that you're a very busy bird, and I understand that you probably want to do some hee hee ha ha fun stuff, like, I don't know, peck me in the face or something worse. But you basically just made a skin suit basically claw into my friend. Alright, what makes you think that I'm going to physically get close enough for you to do whatever you're trying to do for shits and giggles?
It narrows its eyes. It looks a little pouty, and it says, "You are too clever for a goblin, but your wit is earned, and your question may be asked."
Okay. Has the Yaga ever put butter in her tea?
I'm gonna scream.
I feel like chat should rule this.
Chat, there's two ways I can make this go. Give me an exclamation mark D20, please. Somebody in chat. Just exclamation mark D20. What? God damn it. There are many things the Yaga consumes: the flesh of the young, the innocent's eyes, but butter in tea. This one has not witnessed it, but it could be possible.
You know what?
The feasts of the Yaga are not something to remain idle nearby, lest one become appetizing.
Excellent. Okay. You know what? Thank you. That's all. Alright. I'm gonna point that fucking... I'm gonna point that Dixie. You know, I fucking told you. Sometimes it happens. Get fucking wrecked. Your mom drinks butter tea.
I'm just gonna whimper out in pain in the corner.
I'm gonna do a little fucking tea.
As you do a dance and Dixie suffers bleeding in the corner, the creature turns its eye to Newt and says, Do you have any deals to present?"
Oh my God.
Why would I want a deal?
To gain the favor of the Yaga.
Yeah, but if I just don't deal, then I don't have to worry about getting it punished by the Yaga.
But your power could increase.
I never really wanted power.
Then what about using power to protect those you value?
I'm doing pretty good on my own, thank you.
It inclines its head respectfully. Very well. It looks down at Dixie once more. You shall be a source of great amusement. Good luck in your efforts. And then turning its head to look at Hannah, it says, You, a herbal one who creates things from the wild. You are not a witch, but you are like and akin to such. Would you care for a blessing? And Hannah says, "Oh, no, 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 no." I bows very deeply. I am honored, but I would very much so like to ensure that I don't bore Baba Yaga with my trifling attempts at providing healing and the like to the town. But thank you. It's very kind of you to offer. Another laugh echoes through the forest. Very well. Farewell. Good luck with your efforts to kill a demon.
I thought we were
Ah.
taking it hostage. I thought we weren't killing it.
Oh, you believe that to weaken a demon is to allow it to survive? That is amusing. Goodbye. And
See
the
ya.
creature flaps up into the
Goodbye. Hopefully you
distance.
find more gullible people next time. I respect the hustle.
LOL.
You know, if you hadn't have made a fucking bird basically make flesh hooks and out of a coat, I might have went over and, you know, was trying to be a little friendly, but you know, after, you know, seeing the whole Hellraiser fucking jacket thing, Tessie's a little bit like, this is why I only deal in science. This is bullshit. Which is a lie. Tessie also deals in a little bit of magic for science. It's research purposes. It's just research, Mom. It's just research. I was holding it for a friend.
So as you sit in the quiet forest and the frost coating the trees begins to melt away, and the cold in the air is lifted, Hannah turns to you, Dixie, and just kind of takes, like, she begins to immediately take stuff. Oh, hold on. So
Your internet did a
my
poopy.
internet did a poopy. Apologize, everybody. She reaches into her equipment and basically takes out like a couple of things to start smushing into like a paste. And she says, hold on, I'll help with that. And she gets down on one knee and begins to kind of like gently apply a kind of poultice to a lot of the more egregious areas of your body that have been kind of like torn up, Dixie.
I just sort of like whimper and wince at the pain, but like do my best to not really make it a big deal.
Yeah. Do you have a poultice for the giant mess of I told you fucking so?
I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, not after your mom drinks butter tea.
Yoda, yes, will the new Dixie Dixie Baba
mom's
Yaga
not
talent
human.
jacket coming to our merch store. Never. So the fucking Hannah just takes like a deep breath and lets out like a frustrated sigh. I think it's the first time since you've met her that she looks like actually aggravated. And it's not by much. So she just kind of turns to look at you, Desi, and says, "A demon, hmm?"
It seemed like a good idea at the time. You know, I got to go deal with it anyway. I figured, you know, look, lady, I know what you're doing, but like, we have to go fight the demon anyway. And I thought, you know, where are we going to put it? And then what kind of greedy fucking witch wouldn't want a demon after you kill its corporeal form? And then they're going to be like, ooh, soul essence, slurp, 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 I'm a witch. You know? It's honestly just being responsible. It's like putting sharp things in, you know, out of reach of children or other things.
Yeah, I suppose. Look, I wasn't expecting to get involved in something like this, but she gestures to Dixie. if this is going to be a nightly incident, then it would be better for me to be working my practice out of your home anyways, so that I can
I
see
want
to
to
this.
die.
She sighs and says, "Yes, well, until you can figure out how to best this creature, and pardon me, but how is it that you know of this demon's presence at all? Where is it? You said it was close?
It's
Have
actually
you
on an
been
island.
under a rock or something?
Yeah.
No, I've been...
Like, yeah, there's the whole thing that happened in town.
Yes. What happened in town?
Oh my god, she's the stupid one. I thought I was!
Honey, I
Oh.
keep telling you, you're not the stupid one. You're very smart in your own way.
All I am aware of is that there was a goblin raid of sorts through the town, and now they've taken up residence in the Kaijitsu Manor, I believe, and was in the process of preparing my things and making the transition to move into your home. That's the only noteworthy events that I have been made aware of.
Oh boy. We don't even know if like that thing is a demon though, right?
I mean, seems like a demon. Close enough.
Is it
Probably.
gonna be close enough for her?
Look, you're not dead.
Hannah sighs and says, "You didn't show the creature the specific demon in mind. You gave a general description. So if you were to find any demon that vaguely matched it, I suppose that would be functional. There's lesser ones that might work in this instance. I can't imagine the Baba Yaga would be too bothered by something, even a lesser demon. It would most likely equate in the right situation, but either way, it's no easy task to defeat one or to overcome one. I have been privy to one or two possessions in my time. It is an unpleasant experience, often with little survival at hand by those affected directly. There are very dangerous creatures that herald from the other worlds that will require a great deal of care and many allies to address. So I am afraid my use to you as a demon hunter will not be applicable, but I will still offer my help where it is possible in your home for any injuries that may be sustained without cost in exchange for my residency.
You're really caught up in it now, aren't you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Welcome.
Yeah, I mean that sounds fine to me, honestly. Very sorry that this is like your first day, but you know, I will admit, you know, I feel a little better because now I don't feel like I'm the one that only has to deal with this bullshit. So, you know,
She sighs and nods her head and says, "It seems like there's a great deal of work that needs to be done to manage this, and I am a healer and kind to many. I will do my best in this situation. I have always been curious about goblins, and now I suppose my curiosity will, whether I am happy about the results or not, be sated."
I
When you
mean,
say it like that, it sounds really weird.
yeah, it does sound a little weird. I ain't gonna lie, lady.
This is a...
Asking about goblin crossbreeding, wrestling, and now you're talking about this. You kind of
Her face
I'm
goes
getting a
red.
little bit of pervert vibes, you know.
Her face goes bright red, and excuse me. Ow, my body.
Look,
It's
look,
betraying me.
I understand, you know, that you're probably like, oh hey, uh, you know, the hot goblins in your area, but the wife tree has the maximum height, and you're way taller. So,
Yeah, when she
besides,
first
if
got
we
here,
were
I had
looking
to
for
tell her
that,
to stop hitting on me too.
who?
Hannah.
Oh, oh,
She looks very bashful and says, "I assure you that I have a primarily um medical interest
oh.
in the aspects of goblin sexuality and such. It's simply to make sure that I am making the right
Interested in
things.
goblin sexuality.
I she just like gets up looking flustered and says, "Look, it's not it
Sorry,
I
it's kind of hard not to be a bitch while all this shit is like stabbing me right now.
that's understandable. I believe that why don't we leave the forest and return to the road and see where the rest of the day takes us?"
Can you carry
Uh-huh.
me, pervert?
I don't know. Do you really want the pervert touching you like that?
I don't care anymore. I don't think I can walk.
she
Oh my god.
she sighs and bends down on one knee and gestures for you to like hop on her back so she can carry you. As you board the Hannah Express, she stands up again and just kind of looks at you all and goes, "All right, shall we leave the forest now?" Damn it, internet. Sorry, the internet shit itself. Shall we leave the forest now?
Okay, pervert.
Uh
Watch where those hands are going while you carry her.
Oh my god. Oh fuck. Alright. So I guess what we should do here is hide that. Do, and we got something else we need to do. Is he here? Booly boo. Did we actually make a thing for him? I hope so. Oh my god. I don't think we... Yes, we did. Good. Bam. Alright. So, as you are walking along out of the forest, you can see, as you breach the forest and head out onto Schooner Gulch Road, back onto the area that heads to either into town or back to the manor, you can see an old man with very, like, kind of, circular rimmed spectacles coming up, walking along the road, and he looks to be, he appears to be walking with, like, a cane, and, as he's coming towards all of you, he's just waving in kind of, like, a generally friendly manner.
Oh, great, another pervert.
Oh my god,
No,
no!
no, no. Not everybody's a pervert. Probably.
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
Oh, well, we know you're a pervert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, brim job giver.
That's tasteful.
I mean,
I
I
don't
don't
wanna
need
know
you to
how
know
it
that your
tastes.
hats are tasty. Probably tastes like soap and sadness.
This salty, soapy sadness.
Probably.
So the old man is walking towards you, and as he does, you can hear him, just kind of waving, and he's speaking out loudly. And he's kind of like waving his hand out and says, "Hello, Is one of you Newt?
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
Now
he's a
what?
pervert.
Oh my god.
Yes, old man.
Where are you Newt?
Yes, I am the one known as Newt.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. I'm Brodert Quink.
He's a twink too.
Hi, brother Twink.
No, Brodert Quink.
Brother Twink.
I was sent by my fellow conversationalists to invite you to the Rusty Dragon today, if you have the time.
What's a rusty dragon? Desi, is this one of those things you told me about? Those positions?
What? No, this.
What's a rusty dragon then?
A rusty dragon is when you go ahead and you're performing a sexual act, and wait, why am I explaining this? No, just answer. Just answer, Demi.
No, thank you, brother Twink. I don't want to have sex with you.
What?
Wow, he's really upset about that.
You're just not my type. I'm sorry. It's nothing personal.
I'm afraid you're getting the wrong impression. I'm here to invite you to sit down with.
No, it doesn't matter if we're sitting down or laying down or up. It doesn't really change that you're just not my type.
No. He's getting all flustered and says, Father Absalom sent me.
I mean, I don't care what you do with Father Ass Blaster.
No. Newt. I think this is
What?
for the thing you were asking about. You know, the meeting that you were having. You know, the.
It just slowly blinks one eye at a time.
No. I think this person works. I think this person works for the people that you're looking to. Please.
She's just begging.
What?
Wife,
Yes.
please.
What? Please, what?
I just. This is probably for, that thing that you went into town about, and you talked to the daddy ass blaster.
Oh! Why is he hitting on me then? You could have just said that he needed to talk to me, brother Twink. You didn't have to make an advance on me.
He looks like a little, mortified. And says, I apologize for the misinterpretation of my invitation. It was not the intent.
Okay, well, we should go, because it's dangerous to go alone.
Yes, you're welcome to
Start
travel-
walking towards town.
Come on, pervert! You two, brother Twink? Yeah, brother Twink.
It's broader. Yes, I'm coming along. Meanwhile, as Newt is heading towards town, is anyone going with her, or is anyone else detouring back to the manor?
I mean, I'm going with. I can't wait to help more than I already have.
Dixie, do you insist on following too, or because Hannah is urging you to go back to the manor and to take care of you?
Hannah is carrying me, I thought.
Yeah, but she'll go where you want to go.
I'm just here, man. My head is all sorts of places right now. I'm getting fucking stabbed in a million different locations. I'm just
it's stopped. It's not happening anymore. It was more or less.
Oh, it stopped?
Yeah, it was an example. It stopped, so you're
Oh,
okay now.
fucking stuck like that.
No. Essentially, what it equates to is every night that you haven't been able to capture a demon with a cloak, you'll receive punishment, basically. You don't know how long it's going to last, but it's not going to last, like, every waking moment.
Oh,
No,
cool.
every
Good.
waking moment.
I was like, my character's going down a wildly different path right now.
Nah, we wouldn't do that to you.
Bye. Okay.
All right. So she.
I guess we're just gonna follow, I guess.
All right. Hannah nods and says, "Oh, all right. I'll take you along, and we can head into town. That would be a wise decision, I suppose, to allow me to treat you. We'll do so at a room in the Rusty Dragon." All right. Speaking of the Rusty Dragon, I've been here in a while. Not since the
Oh
fire.
God, we really haven't.
No. All right. So let's switch over.
I don't think I've been here.
Yeah, you haven't actually been in the Rusty Dragon yourself.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Oh, well, this is a new experience for both of you then.
I'll blow it up, just like I did with the. I mean, who knows who was responsible for Fat Man's feedback?
Oh, it helps if I spell tavern correctly. That's probably a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
All right. So, let me go ahead and populate this with some tokens that I will copy from over here because... So, my question to you, Newt, is do you have Lizzie still following along for this? Like, are you going to bring Lizzie into the Rusty Dragon?
Oh yeah.
All right. Good. This is good. This is good information. Why won't this copy the tokens? Please copy data. Paste data. Thank you. Alright, let me go ahead and show everybody what we're working with here. Alright. This is too much just general ambience. I want, like, music. Tavern music. This might work. Sure, we'll go with that. And I'll put it in here, just so everybody knows what I'm listening to. It might not work out, but who knows? So, Lizzie, you bring Lizzie in. Do I have the old halfling woman as a token? I don't think I do. What the fuck even was her name?
I don't remember.
It's okay. Fuck, I literally just wrote her down as the halfling woman from the Rusty Dragon, and everyone else's name is here, so give me 1 second. Lol. Well,
I wouldn't know. I wasn't here.
I'm a good
Yeah,
DM.
I wasn't here.
Yeah, I wasn't here either.
Excuse me. It's okay. It's easy to find because I just have to find Emiko. Bethana Corwin. That's it. Bethana Corwin. Alright. So, let's see. How much of the Rusty Dragon can we see here? Let's go for about that much visible on screen. That should work. Alright, so the first thing I need to know is where the fuck are you parking this giant-ass crocodile?
Where are we meeting?
This is the front entrance.
Do we see them sitting at a table somewhere or at a bar? Or...
No, there's a few. Let's see. We'll put. It's like. By this point, it's like early afternoon-ish.
I'll sit here, and then in front of the, like right here, in this big empty space in front of the stage, I'll have Lizzie lay there.
Okay.
Like, you know, down below the stage, but there's enough room there.
I'm gonna put a little Pathana token in eventually there, but for now, we also need Omiko's here. Who else is here? We've got Hannah already. She's present with you guys. So Ilsari is also part of this little gathering. And we also need Abstelar. There we go. They are not immediately visible where they are currently present. Let's see. Actually, I don't think that's going to work in terms of space. So we're just gonna. I'm reassessing. I'm reassessing positioning here. So yeah, let's go ahead and put them like over here, and they will be present. I will just put unnamed NPCs in to represent people here just having a drink and shit too.
No returning?
Sorry, what?
I said no returning?
No returning?
No returning NPCs?
Well, there are some, but, like Amiko and, you know, Abstelar and all that.
Exciting.
Why, were you hoping to see some other random faces here?
Yep.
Like, maybe... this one?
Oh my god.
Or maybe... this one?
I mean, I'm not really gonna...
We do love stew. We do love stew.
I, like, jump out of, Hannah's arms. And I'm just gonna run over to Shalelu, just leaking blood.
Okay.
Funny seeing you here.
she's in the middle of a conversation with Amiko about something, you're not really sure what, and you literally run up looking like you've been kind of like stabbed and shanked and torn up a bit, and do that, and Shalelu just looks at you with just like she just hate fills her eyes, and Hannah just kind of walks up a little apologetically. And so as she's doing that, Desi, where is your kind of like intended destination in all of this?
Honestly, probably to get us some drinks and some snacks, because it's probably the only thing that's going to keep everybody to themselves and not in trouble. Be completely fucking honest.
That's fair. That's fair.
And while I'm ordering some drinks and snacks, I'm gonna look at Shalelu and I'm just gonna kind of offer an apologetic shrug, like, we really should go get her fixed. Really sorry, keep meaning to do that, but you know, the economy and all that.
You're just giving a glance that hopefully conveys that, or are you saying that?
Yeah, just a shrug, like it can't be helped. Sorry.
All right. Let me go ahead and focus in on this space here, and then that should be good for. I think this will work at least. Oh man, positioning is tricky with all the icons and stuff. There we go. We'll do it that way. So Hannah, as this is happening with Dixie, Hannah comes up behind Dixie and is like, puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "Oh, hi, Shalelu. Sorry about she's a little rambunctious. Do you have any?
Hannah, please don't.
What?
She looks at you
What?
like a little curiously, and says, "Oh, please don't what?
Ruining my chances.
Your chances?"
Yeah, little whisper in Hannah's ear. Well, after tapping on her and being like, "Hey, lean down a little bit, cause."
Hannah, right here, right now.
What?
Said you're tapping Hannah right here, right now.
Yes, and I'm also gonna tap Shalelu right in front of you. Bitch.
Nice.
Get the word we can't say.
Shalelu rolls her eyes, and Amiko just like chuckles, and she leans forward and says, "You know, if you really want to make a good impression on her," like gesturing to Shalelu, and Shalelu like immediately starts glaring daggers at Amiko, and she says, "Did you know her favorite flowers are roses?"
I think to myself about how basic that is, but decide not to speak on it. The one person I will hold my tongue for.
Shalelu.
That
That
came
came
out
out
with your
weird.
tongue?
That came
Is
out
that what you're
weird.
gonna do with your tongue on it?
That came out really strangely.
Dixie, I assume, is way too enraptured with this information right now to overhear the conversation hushedly between.
Yeah, I have
Hannah
no
and
idea what the
Desi.
fuck anyone else is talking about.
Hannah looks at you like confused, Desi, and says, "Is she? So she's attracted to Shalelu?"
Yeah, she has. It's like a moth to a candle. Like, she knows she's gonna get burned. I'm pretty sure that's like half the good for her. I don't really understand it, but you know, it makes her happy.
Well, to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Newt, after you bring your cadre of companions in, and the two guards are just staring at this giant fucking crocodile. Like, they're obviously in here, like, off duty or whatever, sharing a drink. And their eyes have just not stopped, like, stern-faced, like, is that a fucking giant lizard? Like, as Lizzie comes in and just, like, takes up a fuckload of space and then curls up in front of the stage. And Stevetta and Steve take a seat. Dixie kind of curls up next to Lizzie. And you can see, Newt, as you take a seat, you can see Abstelar, Father Abstelar, Brodert Quink, the old man who led you here, and Ilisari Gandethus, all sitting at a table. And Abstelar gestures for you to come over, Newt.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops. I tried to click on the stream, not the forge.
As you take a seat at the table, Ilisari leans forward and says, Abstelar tells me that you are having some problems with a fire elemental of sorts.
Yes.
And he had mentioned it is quite tenacious and rather powerful.
Yes.
And they all nod, like, sagely at one another. Like, they're like, ah, yes, we're the men for the job kind of situation. And Brodert leans forward, adjusting his spectacles. You know, I'm something of an expert in all kinds of ancient going on in this area. In fact, you and I should have a little conversation about the lighthouse sometime. But aside from that, I happen to think that if you're being harrowed by some kind of elemental force, this could be an artifact or remnant from the Thessalonian Empire.
Okay.
He looks at you like as if you're supposed to know what the fuck that means. He seems visibly disappointed that you aren't, like, acting with any kind of shock, and he just says, yes, you, the Thessalonians? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, look, it's honestly, your mention of a fire elemental has made me very curious. You see, the old lighthouse on the top of the edge of the northern part of town, many people have told me that I am rather silly for this assumption, but you see, after a lot of research, I happen to believe, and these two will argue till they're blue in the face otherwise, that the lighthouse used to be a war machine, capable of spewing fire well over miles in all sorts of directions that the Thessalonians used, the Rune Lords, in particular, to enforce
That
their
sounds
will.
kind of silly. I don't think that has anything to do with what we're talking about.
He says, wait, hold on. Just give it a moment to cook, okay? Just give it, let
Let him cook.
let me cook.
Let
What
them
I'm
dissolve?
What I'm getting to here, you see, is it had to, something of that level of power would have needed to have some kind of elemental source to it, you see. And perhaps the reason it's no longer functional is this elemental power has finally disconnected itself from the lighthouse, and perhaps that is what is harrowing you.
For real.
On God, no cap.
Man, he's
Oh
just
my
like
God.
me.
No.
I mean, if that's what you think.
Looks like says that, but has the look of like, I don't believe anything you just said. As Newt turns towards the other two.
The Isawari laughs and says, "There's no way that could be the truth, because that is nothing but an old abandoned lighthouse, and it served no other purpose other than to make sure that ships don't hit rocks. Something that's being done a lot better with other things. What I think that this could be," and he leans in and he says, "There is
Newt will
a very
lean in
good
too.
chance." Have you ever heard of the pit?
I've heard of multiple pits. There's the goblin fighting pit. There's the goblin baby pit. There's in some tribes there's the goblin sex pit.
Broderick leans closer and says, "The goblin baby pit? What does that entail?"
I knew you were a pervert.
He bristles up and says, "Excuse me," and Elisari holds his hand up and says, "I was speaking, thank you. No, I think..."
Yeah, go talk about lighthouses, you pervert.
Turns back to
Yeah.
Asari.
Alright,
Just talk
now
about-
that the adults are talking.
Holy shit. First time meeting this old fuck and we're going to this.
Oh my God.
Ilsawari leans in and he says, "Look, there's an old pit out in the far reaches of the hinterlands. I've gone there before myself in my younger years, but was never able to get further into it. They say that there are ancient artifacts and relics related to that location that I was unable to access. I, in fact, possess a key that is in relevant use to the pit. Now, I believe that whatever you're dealing with could potentially be solved by finding the relics there in the pit, if you're able to brave its depths.
What do the relics do?
Nobody knows, but they're remnants from the Thessalonian era. They could be very powerful rune-lord magics.
Okay.
Something of that
Is it
power.
guarded?
Oh, very much so. There is an entire collective of demonically infused goblins at the top of the pit, and further down there are greater and greater, more dangerous things.
Oh, I've heard about him. It's Brad, right?
What?
Brad of the pit.
Everybody gets 2 XP. Alright. We'll come back to this conversation. Meanwhile, Dixie, how fares your interactions in the bar?
Oh, you're asking me how fares my interactions? Well, actually, as you can tell, I just got a new girlfriend. Her name is Shalelu. I'm doing very well. Kind of a Riz Lord.
Alright.
Wait, what did you want me to say?
Holy fuck. Shalelu looks down at you with utter disgust, but she also looks at your body and says, "What trash goblins have you been getting into fights with?"
I don't think I'm rightly allowed to say.
Why is that?
If I just spoke their name, I think people in here would probably have a little bit of a hissy fit.
Yeah, that's probably wise, honestly.
But if you really want to know, Shalala, I tell you everything.
She looks bemused. Like this is just something
God.
like an amused smirk crosses her face, and she just looks at Amiko, and Amiko gives her like a are you serious look, and she just smirks and says, "Oh, my darling little red-skinned goblin, please, why don't you elucidate everything?"
Oh, you mean me? I'm your little redskin goblin? Okay, hold on, lean down.
She leans forwards.
And I whisper in her ear, I just go, I got in a fight with Baba Yaga.
She lifts herself back up and leans on the desk of the counter of the bar. And she just looks very deep in thought.
She could just like ask Dixie to do anything and she'd probably do it.
Oh, no.
And Amiko looks at her curiously. And Shalelu just looks at the bar and grabs one of the
secret.
She grabs the wine glass that's sitting there and just shotguns it really quickly. And just has like a little shake of the head, and she goes, "Well, it's good to know that you're, I think I might have less problems soon, and that's good to hear."
I love how you think so highly of me, but I don't know if I could I don't know if I could surpass that.
She looks amusedly down at you and says, "Don't worry, I'm expecting you to do just as good as I think you can."
Aww.
Emiko is like giving her a bit of side eye, and Shillelagh looks over at her and just raises an eyebrow. And Emiko sighs and says, "Dixie, would you like a something to eat?"
Oh, I mean, it might be like painful to like move right now. I think. Am I leaking on your chair? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're still like dripping blood a little bit, and Hannah just kind of comes forward and says, I think we could all do with a bit of stew." And Stu turns around and goes, "What?" Sorry, I couldn't resist.
What a fucking
Oh my
idiot.
fucking god.
And Hannah goes, "Oh, we need a bit of we could do with some stew." "I'm stew." Yes? Yes.
But you're funny looking.
Meanwhile, as that interaction is continuing onwards, Ilisari leans forward, continues to like talk with you, Newt, and Abstelar interrupts Ilisari and he says, "I have explained in great detail that this is most likely something still demonic. It may be an elemental at what you interpret it as, but I think this is a very spiritual matter and will need to be treated as such." And he leans forward to you and says, "I believe there are some rituals we could perform that would help protect you and your home while you pursue a more permanent solution to this." To you, Newt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking to the Ilisari.
No, he was talking to you, Newt.
Oh, go on.
Well, you see, there's certain powerful rituals that I believe could be used to sustain protection over your home and your companions, and perhaps some warding and talismans we could seek out. I have some contacts I could speak to in Magnamar, actually, who might be able to come and provide their assistance. It may take some time for them to travel here, but with their aid, I think we could very much so reinforce your home and your safety until you are able to deal permanently with this thing.
So this sounds like this might be the best option, because then once we have the place safe and protected, we can pursue Isori plan. And the pervert can go do whatever he thinks about lighthouses and stuff.
He looks incensed and says, "Well, ma'am, I am the first and foremost expert in Thessalonian ruins here in this entire area of Eresia. And
all you talked about was a lighthouse?
Well, it's relevant. It's entirely relevant to your problem."
Isori here actually talked about the thing you're supposedly as expert in. And you're just over here talking about giant phallic-shaped lighthouses, you pervert!
And then Abstelar looks over at Broddard and says, "I told you shouldn't have led with the lighthouse." And Ilisari just goes, "Yes, you really do make an embarrassment of yourself when you bring that up." Broddard just like, I won't sit here and listen to this kind of ridiculousness." He stands up and says, "If you won't listen to the things that I have to say about Thessalonian influences and where elemental things are coming from, then good luck to you." And he just kind of storms off.
You didn't talk about any of that. You just talked about a lighthouse.
Mumbling to himself, he just kind of fucks off.
That guy tried to hit on me. And he was very forceful. I told him I wasn't interested, and he kept doing it.
Oh my god.
Abstelar looks at Ilisari, and he goes, "I didn't think that,
Oh, okay.
I never thought that Quink would be the type." Ilisari goes, "Well, it's not exactly like we have fluent discussions about our preferences. He leans forward and says, I apologize if Broderick was a little forward in his advances. He is rather old and out of touch with that element of social niceties. I'm sure he didn't
It's
mean
okay.
anything.
I noticed. He just, he just wasn't very helpful, but it's okay. He can't help that.
His obsession with the lighthouse notwithstanding, he is the first and foremost expert on, much of Varisian history, really. He's a very influential and well-traveled historian. He just seems to be a little transfixed on a few elements that otherwise mar his stellar influence and knowledge.
Well, I wish he would have used his knowledge instead of talk about a lighthouse. You guys have been very helpful.
He puts his hand, Elisar puts his hand on the table and says, look, I can't fault that during the, some time back, there was a few, earthquakes that caused some rather large fissures to open in town. These led to areas that, had been cleared out by adventurers at the time, but there could always be more hidden below the town that we are not familiar with. Nobody has been really interested in ensuring that there is more to be found in the odd chance that something is worse than what can be handled. Broderick's obsessions are not without reason. I'm sure that if you're willing to put his mind at ease, there could be worthwhile investigations to be had underneath the lighthouse itself to finally put to rest his theories. Now, I, for one, think it would be a waste of your time to hope there's a result there, but you might be able to solve the issue by confirming once and for all what he wants to find being not present, so that he can focus a little better on more useful exploits. Abstelar also leans forward to you and says, it is true, he does have a fair stock of useful items and curiosities that he might be willing to provide in exchange for that research. He studied with Dwarven engineers for quite some time in Magnamar, and he does know his way around one or two things that we certainly are not familiar with.
Okay, well, since you guys are saying good things, I believe you.
Yeah, they nod at each other, and Abstelar says, either way, if you would like some protection, I could do what I can initially for your home, and then to follow up on that, I suppose I could reach out to experts in Magnamar to aid on that front. Now, the materials necessary for something like this to substitute the lack of power on my end will perhaps be quite expensive.
Okay, how much is expensive?
Well, he gives a thought and says, on the high end, if I were to imbue your home with the protection necessary to resist against fire, with the aid of others here in town who are capable of enhancing my own abilities, I suppose it would be someone within the realm of 1,300 gold.
Newt's gonna pull out their money bag and look. Wait, no, Desi has my money. Doesn't she?
She does, yes.
Desi!
Desi, what do you do in response to being called from across the room?
Are the drinks and snacks done?
Yeah, you have a fair selection of food and drinks available to hand out to
Okay.
everybody you need to.
Alright, I'm going to leave Shelelu and her little red goblin. They're whatever they're doing. Yeah. Nint, what can I do for you?
How much money do I have?
I mean,
They need money to do the stuff to protect our house.
oh, how much is it to protect our house? Wait, what are we protecting the house from?
Evils.
We'll say it like staring off.
Okay. Yeah, how much is it to protect house?
Oh, well, as I was informing Newt here, until an expert from Magnemar can arrive, or we can find further ways to enhance the power at hand, it will cost probably within the realm of 1,200 gold.
Bessie acts like somebody just gut punched her.
Desi, is that a lot of gold? I don't know how to count.
Yeah, none of that got picked up. I discarded it.
No.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of gold.
Do I have
Yeah.
that much gold?
No, we do not have that much gold.
Oh, darn.
But here, have a drink and some snacks.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm gonna give Steve and Stevetta their drink and snacks. And I'm just gonna hand Lizzie a fucking,
Is there a way to raise money or jobs we can do to cover the expenses?
and some for the dog. I mean, that is a good question.
At the Ass Buster, do you know of any jobs that we could do in town to get the money to cover it?
Ilsoari looks at... I don't know if Ilsoari's actually ever heard Abstelar's nickname that you guys have given him. So he stops for a minute and just looks at Abstelar like with like a... like a what? Kind of look at Abstelar, just puts a hand on his face and says, "Don't. Just do not." Could you repeat your question, please, Newt?
Is there any jobs in town we could do to get the money so you can do this protections? Or any adventures or anything? What if we defeat the demon that attacked the town?
He raises an eyebrow and says, "A demon attacked the town?"
Oh yeah, the one that burst out of that goblin and flew away.
Oh yes, I had heard something about that. I had thought it was just somebody talking about a flying goblin blowing up out of a big fat goblin, but you claim it was a demon?
Yeah, right, Desi?
Yeah, something about the Rune Lord and Wiggum's having a big old fucking crush on something. Honestly, today has been sort of a no-brain day for me. My day started with drawing a mustache on somebody was drew a fucking dick on them, so I just kind of gave up on brains today.
Well, our Abstelar looks pretty, concerned. He seems a little, bothered about that, and he takes a bit of a moment to just kind of sigh and says, "It would appear that the outlying elements of influence are growing and growing. Well, if demons are involved now, that definitely lends more to my thoughts about where these problems are coming from in the first place. If it's the money you seek for this effort, I suppose there's a fair number of odd jobs around town that would pay, but truly the greatest way to earn money is by entering old ruins of the Thessalonian Empire and recovering relics that are worth quite a few coin.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Where would one of those be?
Oh, Well, I suppose there's a few options scattered around the area. It really depends on what you end up finding. I suppose I would need to take a moment to really get you a full scope and scale of that. For the time being, he looks just kind of like at Ilisari, and Ilisari just looks at you and goes, "Well, there is the pit, but if I'm being frank, I'm not entirely sure that you're up to the task at this moment."
Wait, you're calling someplace a pit?
Yes. Essentially, this location out in the hinterlands is called the Pit. It is, well, there's lots of rumors and mythos surrounding it. There are many who claim that it was present here many hours ago when forces of creation were warring with one another. I have heard theories that the pit was created from a dalliance, shall we say, between two demonic gods. It's a strange theory. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, really. But I have heard that there are things down in the depths of it that could be very powerful should anyone wish to search them out. Perhaps not even going as deep as all the way into the pit. You could just kind of search the rim and find what you might need without having to jump all the way in.
So you're saying we would just have to do the tip of the dungeon just for a little bit?
No, I think what he's saying is that this is more like, it's not like the whole job, it's just kind of like a rim job.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, it's on the outer edge of the problem.
Yes, well, this, I suppose, rim job you speak of could still provide results. It might not be as bountiful as a direct penetration into the pit, but
What?
it could still lead to
Yeah.
What's wrong? Why are you laughing?
I heard the, Dix made the noise in the next room. It was a little weird.
You know what? Let's come back to this in a minute. So Dixie, Hannah is kind of like pulling at you and saying, if you don't mind, could we take an aside to another room and I'll tend to your wounds?
Another room? Wait, but like, how much do my wounds like matter really?
You are bleeding on the floor.
Let me just put a towel down.
Shalelu Shalelu looks at Hannah, and Hannah gives like a pleading look to Shalelu, and Shalelu looks at Amiko, and Amiko just like shrugs and gestures behind her, and Shalelu just rolls her eyes and goes, Dixie wasn't. Are you
I
gonna...
said yes. Sorry, I didn't. It didn't pick up my mic.
No worries. So she says, right, well, I would rather that you don't dirty Amiko's floors here. And if you're so enamored with my company, why don't you follow me into the back, and Hannah and I can take care of you.
Okay.
Amiko
Yeah, I'll
just
go.
like nods at Shalelu, and Shalelu just like she grits her teeth and just boop, going into the back room.
This is like the best day that Dixie's ever had in our life. So
So Hannah escorts you, or rather Shalelu escorts you, and Hannah follows into a side room. And Hannah begins to dress your wounds and tend to your issues, Dixie. Meanwhile, back in the main room, Abstelar just kind of like looks at you and says, or sorry, Ilisari looks at you and says, yes, well, the pitch is one option, but it will be very dangerous. There are other places scattered around, and look, whether there's validity or not in it, if you speak to Brogert, he might have some things for you to explore that might, well, yield possible results. He is a foremost expert. You might locate something in the process of aiding him in the things that he seeks, but my own experiences say that the greatest risk for reward would come ultimately from entering the pit itself. However, there could be all sorts of other jobs around. You may find that there could be citizens of Sandpoint who would be willing to aid in the cost for far less work. So I suppose it comes down to who you're willing to ask around town. Abstelar leans in and he says, truth be told, there is something that would aid in my peace of mind and potentially be a necessary thing to pursue. He leans forward and says,
This isn't about choir blaze, is it?
oh my god! He looks at you curiously and says, no, I'm all full up on acolytes right now, thank you. I don't need any further.
Understandable.
And I've already got my hands full with some of them as it is. Especially the one who keeps raiding the kitchen.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Mm-hmm. But I didn't want to make mention of this until I felt I was certain. But after certain conversations I was privy to regarding experiences of your own, I went to seek out Chopper's Island. I can indeed confirm that a specter still haunts that place. If you were to aid in ensuring that Chopper's ghost were purged permanently from our troubles, then I could easily use some of my own finances to lessen the blow of the ritual at hand, and I could also... perhaps there might be something useful on the island itself. I did a bit of investigation and found that there is something more, something darker on that island. There is more to it than it seems. I can't confirm what you will find. But if you do pursue that area, I will warn you. It is deep, it is dark, and it is dangerous.
Well, you know, you know, I've already went into a glass factory full of ghosts, and truth be told, we've already seen this ghost man. So, it's not really as bad as you might think, honestly. Yeah, you know, that doesn't sound too bad. What do you think, Newt?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm up for whatever. That sounds like it might be easier to do than the other ones.
Yeah. Plus, you know, ghosts. We've already got, you know, we've already dealt with ghosts.
He nods his head and says, well, if that is your first point, then we will be able to hopefully work something out to that regard. I would recommend, if you do intend to go to Chopper's Island seeking answers, it be at the start of a day. The more daylight you have, the better it would most likely go before you run into complications.
Oh no, don't worry. I have I have mighty ghost hunter, Newt, and you know, Snooty, who killed the last ghost. Totally not
yeah.
me. So,
Yeah, I did. With salt.
wait. Yeah, I just, you know, do things that did.
Damn it.
Not you.
Yeah. The ghost.
They nod their heads and say, well, this has been very illuminating, and we hope that we can help you. I will begin...
Don't use that word!
What? Oh. What? Oh, 'cause the
Absalar looks a little taken aback and says, I apologize. I didn't mean to provoke a response such as that from that statement. Truly, your harrowing experience against this fire has left you in a very untenable state to such things. I deeply apologize.
It's
No,
okay.
He nods his head and says, but I wish you luck, whether it is either investigating the island of Chopper's demise and haunting, seeking out the pit with Elisari's key, or aiding Brodot in searching beneath the ruins of the old lighthouse. I'm sure one of those will result in something worthwhile for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we got this.
All
Right? Yeah, we got this.
And as the goblins continue to enjoy their time within the Rusty Dragon, and you are now left with a collection of 3 potential opportunities, with mention that asking around town could lead to even further opportunities, I think now, at least for this evening, is a perfect time to call an end
No!
to tonight's adventure.
Oh my god.
You're going down, son!
I can't believe that you have bullshit so hard that this is what's happening right now.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yes. So, thank you everybody for being here. Yes, Brim Jobs and the Deep Exploration. That's right.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Make sure those of
Very
you who are
important.
hanging out with us here follow the wonderful people who are part of this project, and check out our master list for everyone who's been involved before, and check out the session archive if you want to watch previous broadcasts. If you like what we do and enjoy this, please consider donating, subscribing, or sending bits our way during the broadcast to increase the Goblin Bullshit Pool and give us money essentially to help increase our resource pool. The more we get, the more we can do asset-wise. So, to that effect, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate your support. It was a really good time. Please, if you can send some follows and some love to the wonderful people involved in this project, please do. Otherwise, no pressure, and thank you very much for being here. So, we've had a very fun time tonight, but what I would like to reiterate is that we do the goblins because we love to gobble the lins, and it's pretty fucking neato peachy keen bananas. So
I knew a Lynn.
oh my god. To that effect.
Is that a new person in the wife bed?
No. I just do a lid, that's all.
True, Nalo. True. I hope those construction workers also suffer insomnia and have terrible sleep
Oh
for
my
a
god,
week.
yes,
So that
please.
they
I feel he's
they-
got to sleep till 11. That's like 4 hours.
Was it only like 4?
Yeah. I mean, if you said you
Oh.
woke up at 11, you were
Definitely
asleep
woke
when I
up at
left.
11.
Yeah, so you got like 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains some things.
Yeah, thanks everybody for being here, and you guys can look forward to another guest next week. We will be being joined by Yodi, who is in chat with us. She is another lovely
What?
VTuber, and if you guys want to give her some love, feel free to go to that link there and say hello. She will be joining us with her goblin for guesting next week, so we will see how that kind of pans out. For now,
She kicked
though,
my ass in rounds.
she did. Oh my goodness! What a
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not all she would do to your ass, though.
What an evil woman.
But with that said and done,
Oh,
we appreciate
no.
having you guys here. Now we're gonna do our traditional after action, and then we're gonna raid on out. So
There's a
Desi,
checklist.
or Effie, do you have a raid target for us to hit when we're
I
done?
do. Usually we do Tia, but Tia's offline, so we're gonna do Orky.
The fuck?
Hell yeah!
Oh, well, we could do Arky. That's okay with me.
All right.
Yeah.
So, before we finish today, hey, honey, how did you enjoy the further evolution of your plotline?
Ow. My, like, entire body got stabbed. That was a little wild. I had fun. I mean, I kind of always have fun with Gobos, though. I've come to expect it. I got a lot to live up to every single week. You gotta live up to silver. You think you can do it? Jokes aside, I always fucking love goblins, and today was fun, just as it always is. I am really excited to see where things go, and honestly, I'm a little spooked. I'm a little spooked.
Why?
I'm fucked.
No, I don't think she's gonna let you. She kind of seems disgusted by you.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think.
Hardy har har.
I don't think anything's gonna happen with Shalelu. Just kind of like ever. That's okay though. I think it's really funny.
Well, I'm glad that you are enjoying the progression of this, and I, for one, am happy that we
I'm
found.
always happy to just spend time with you guys too.
Aw.
Cringe.
Aww.
Oh yeah, no, Jazz was right. I'm sorry.
Damn.
I look forward to seeing what happens next time. But thank you very much, honey, for being here as always, and I always enjoy
As
your
always.
shenanigans at Dixie.
Dicky.
Shush.
Barbecue.
So with that, moving down the line, Jasmine, how did you enjoy today's session?
I had a blast. I fucking love how all these powerful people are getting involved in Newt's quest to defeat the sun.
I can't believe.
And everyone's all super concerned, like, oh no, they're being tormented by this being, and it's just the fucking sun.
The sun is pretty evil. You're doing God's work.
Yeah. It hurts Newt's wife.
It's true. But
Also, I'm glad that Dick's gotta learn about her mom preferring butter in her tea.
Oh my god.
Yes,
You know,
that was the
that's
best
fucked
thing
up.
ever.
Yeah.
Oh my
Um,
god. Listen, you
That was
little
fucked
shit.
up, is what
That was amazing. That
it was amazing.
was the best part of my night.
But
But no,
I'm
I always
glad
have a
that my
blast.
suffering brings
Um,
you joy.
It does.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I always have a blast playing Newt and doing. I feel like there'll be always serious stuff happening, and then Newt will have like a serious thing happening in Newt's eyes, but it's not serious if you actually step out and look at the whole situation from outside of Newt's perspective. Like to Newt, this is a very serious matter, but once you realize what the matter's about, it's not serious at all.
I love it, and yet it's going to lead to probably far more serious things, which is great.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
It's actually the more important thing.
Newt is kind of like a character. I tried to do a character similar. I tried to make a character that Newt's kind of doing in this without planning on Newt doing it, because I wanted a character that was just like very much like Big Trouble in Little China, that's just like an idiot and just stumbles into things, and somehow like they just always like work out in some dumb way, and Newt kind of just is that.
Oh my god. I
Oh
love
my
Newt.
goodness. So, essentially, that is going to be interesting to see how it all develops for sure. But thank you very much, Jasmine, for being here. I always appreciate the hard work that you put forward in coming up with all these crazy things, and not only that, but your artwork for today. We should definitely show everybody once more. This is part of Newt's plan to fight the sun.
The hard part was trying to make it look like a goblin druid.
So this is.
I was like, it can't look that good.
This is the plan to attack the sun, and then this is also the plan to defend against the sun. So yeah, there we go. It's completely outstanding goblin like.
It's a goblin masterpiece.
All right. But before we rate out, Effie, how did you enjoy your Desi shenanigans yet once again?
It was kind of interesting because I've not gotten a lot of sleep this week, and so it just kind of it was a little bit of a gremlin with it, and I thought it was pretty funny because it was just like, all right, I guess we're drawing a dick on somebody's face that, just fucking moved in with us.
Thank you
just
for
like,
helping.
Yeah, you're welcome. Desi would have been like, I'm not doing this, but she was just like, you know what? This is probably important to you, because she was like, man, I've yelled at Honey for like 2 fucking episodes. And there's just part of me that was like, oh my god, I don't want to do that anymore. So it's just like, you know what? Fine, fuck it. You know what? Desi's just tired of everybody's bullshit. Desi needs a day off. Desi's running around, babysitting grown-ass goblins, running around, doing stuff. And the humans are like, oh, it can't be that bad. We're amused. And then, Desi's just sitting there while everything's on fire going, like, now you know what I have to put up with. But despite being a little sickly and very tired, I had a fucking blast. And I mean, I don't think I've ever not had a blast while, doing gobos. So, I don't even think it's possible not to have fun when it's gobos. Honestly, I think the worst thing that's ever happened to me playing gobos is I've fallen asleep during gobos, and then I got less gobos. So,
Oh,
you know?
real quick, can I say one thing before we raid out?
Absolutely.
Silver, Effie made me watch a movie about dinosaur and then fell asleep and made me watch a movie about a dinosaur myself.
Oh, is it a dinosaur?
Yeah, it was a dinosaur.
Oh fuck! Yeah, I thought it was a dinosaur. I need to finish that movie.
The movie's fine until you see the creature or the cave and you can tell they didn't have a lot of money.
Oh, damn.
The cave totally looks like they took brown plastic bags and wrapped them around something and sprayed like that spray that spray foam. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, probably how that works.
Yeah, it was a dinosaur.
Got it. All right. Well, what you gonna do, right? Oh God.
Well, this is going to require some thought for the next session as well, because I feel like we're building up to something, but I have to
You're like, what are we building up to?
I have to consider a few elements. But either way, I'm glad you guys are having fun. I'm glad we are all enjoying this campaign. I love doing this one so fucking much. So make sure that you guys, one more time, if you aren't already, give some follows and some love to everything in those links. I know it's a lot, but like it would be really appreciated if you did so. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything else left to say. So Effie,
I have an announcement while I hit the raid button.
Okay.
Guys, did you know that Silver made their own fucking dice system, and it's actually super fun, super easy, and super customizable, and it's been used on Dorota before, and it's now gotten its official name, title, and is constantly being updated and improved? That's true. It's BIRDS. BIRDS stands for
Brim Jobs.
Brim Job Incorporated Radical Door Knockers. And what that does for you is it's a D20 based system that'll allow you to shine. He also has a Patreon, so if you'd like to go give him some burgers for being a fantastic fucking DM, just a great person in general, and a beloved figure, as well as, a content creator, then, fucking just throw him $5, let him have his burgers, and, just experience happiness while you use BIRDS. Because I'm giving you the words, and if you don't get it, we'll give you the birds. That's all I got, and I'm tired. So I love you all, and you have a good night.
Warning: do not actually play TTRPGs on an actual bird.
Have a good night, everybody. Say good night, goblins.
Yeah, good night, goblins.
Good night, goblins.
And
Oh, I'm so tired. Hey.